Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki says the government is making sure all grade 10 students join their senior schools this week. He added that no student should be sent away for not having school fees or uniforms, following President Ruto's instructions. Speaking on Sunday at a church service in Kericho County, Kindiki said efforts have been stepped up to get every learner in class before the week ends.
Wale hawana school fees waende shuleni. Hiyo mambo ingine yote tutazungumza watoto wetu wakisoma. Sijui kama tunaelewana jamii. And already I want to inform the naysayers, after the presidential directive, I have spoken to the Ministry of Education this morning. Ile transition rate ambayo ilikuwa chini, about 50-something%, this morning 92% of grade 10 children are already in the classroom.
The National Police Service says it has launched investigations into an incident in which a church service at St. Peter's ACK Church in Witima, Nyeri County was violently disrupted yesterday. Several political leaders, including Democracy for the Citizens Party leader Rigathi Gachagua, were in attendance at the time of the incident. In a statement, the NPS said the disruption occurred at around 11 a.m. when a tear gas canister was allegedly thrown into the church, forcing the service to stop. Meanwhile, former DP Rigathi Gachagua accused the Kenya Police Service of orchestrating the violence at the church service.
They injured women and children and hurt many people. The police touched one of my vehicles, KDK 002, a Toyota Land Cruiser. They deflated tires of all the people who were in church and caused untold damage to vehicles. They beat people outside the church mercilessly. The goons that came, they were in an Nissan Matatu.
2 suspects are expected in court today after being arrested over the weekend in Namanga with elephant tusk worth about 11 million Kenya shillings. Police say the 2 were caught in a sting led by officers from the National Police Service and Kenya Wildlife Service. Detectives had received intelligence that traffickers were planning to sell ivory to a buyer. The joint team moved in Mombasa Hotel, where the suspects were meeting, and recovered the tusks.
The people who are trading in this business, or rather doing any illicit trade, be it wildlife, ama goods aina yote, wajue ya kwamba machinery zetu za Kenya are in place.
These people have been booked at Namanga police station and they will be arraigned in court on Monday. I believe that the wildlife trafficking is going on and we can be able to strengthen our international cross-border operations.
Democrats in the U.S. state of Minnesota are calling for federal immigration officers to get out of the state after deadly shooting in Minneapolis. A U.S. Border Patrol agent shot and killed 37-year-old nurse Alex Pretty on Saturday, sparking protests in the freezing streets. The city, already shaken by another recent shooting, saw clashes between demonstrators and police. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. Welcome to the home of hard truth and bold insights. My name is Mungalambuvi, and it is the 26th day of 2026. It is also the 26th day of January 2026. My name is Mungalambuvi na niko naye City Muga hapa kwenye studio. City, how are you doing? Your weekend ilikuwa namna gani?
Quiet.
Quiet, eh?
Yes.
Homa imepata nafuu, or rather mwili imepata nafuu kutoka homa?
Mwili kwa sawa tu. Ilikuwa ni kohozi ndio ilikuwa imeleta shoti. But
no kwa sawa sasa.
I am infinitely better.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, good stuff.
Paula, have you ever been a DJ?
Yeah, but a quack DJ, if I may say, or an amateur DJ.
How do you qualify to be a quack DJ?
An amateur DJ. Well, that's what I meant. But yeah, I downloaded this software on my laptop one time called Virtual DJ, and I used to use it in the studio. I worked for a radio station called Kenyatta University Radio Service, aka KU-FM, when I was in KU. And I downloaded that software onto my laptop, and I had this show in the morning hours and also in the evening hours. I used to use Virtual DJ to mix music for my listeners.
Good for you.
Yeah. So I was an amateur DJ, and I can assure you, people didn't like that nonsense.
They didn't like it.
They didn't like my mixes because I used, number one, mix the kinds of music that I loved. So you can imagine, I'd play a Lingala song one time, and then the next track would be a dancehall track. The beats do not even, the beat per minute, the beat rate haziambatani. So unapata moja iko very fast, kidogo kidogo unasikia Koffi Olomide zile zake za the 90s. So yeah, it was a mess. It was a real mess.
It wasn't a mess, really, was it?
It was. It was
unique.
You know, that time we didn't have what we have right now. We didn't have X, aka Twitter. So instant messaging where fans would let you know instantly
where they could insult you instantly.
Where they could let you know, unatubo. That didn't exist. So, yeah, I was actually a very, very bad DJ. And I know this because my colleagues would tell me. They'll be like, movie, si wacha tu ngoma icheze. Like, wacha tu playlist ile imepangwa icheze. Hii ingine ya kumix wachana nayo.
Do you know something?
Yes.
The only way that people come up with anything that can be approximately referred to as new is when you break the existing mold and try something new.
Okay.
That's what you were doing. Yes.
I really tried. I can assure you.
You were interfering with a process that people were accustomed to.
Yes.
The feedback they were giving you is, why are you changing what we are used to?
Yes.
And what we like.
But I still have Virtual DJ on my laptop today. And I do mixes for myself. And I actually enjoy them. I just haven't tested if anyone else enjoys them. So I am not sure how that plays out. So yes, have you ever been a DJ? Please let us know. You can let us know via our various social media channels. That is at Radio Generation Kenya across all social media. But City, why did you ask me that question? I'm sure there's a reason why you asked. If I've ever been a DJ.
You like music?
Yes, I do. A lot.
And sometimes you talk like some of the DJs one hears on radio.
Oh. Okay. But I have been a hype man, and I'm a really good hype man at that.
I don't know what that is.
A hype man is, I'm sure you've had these DJ mixes that have someone talking in between the songs.
Very irritating.
It's a what?
Very irritating.
And then I'm one of those irritating fellows.
The thing is playing, and then someone is, Nani, see, you keep quiet and you listen to the music.
So whenever I'm hired as an master of ceremonies for weddings, my clients end up asking, some, not all of them, some end up asking if I could stay up to the after party. Now the after party obviously happens after the reception, sometimes late into the night, sometimes even into the wee hours of the morning. So when they ask me to stay, the reason they ask me to stay is so that I can hype the remainder of their festivities.
Explain hype.
Yeah. So the hyping is when the DJs mix in, you just hype up the crowd and ensure that they're fully entertained. So you call people to the dance floor, for example, and show them a few dance moves, specifically trending moves. So if there's a current song that has got this dance challenge to it, you help them do that dance, all right? And you also just in the middle just throw in some words and phrases just to make sure that the crowd is not bored. Hawajatulia tu hawakai hivi tu wanasikiza mziki. So you hype them up. That's what a hype man does.
Okay.
Yes. So katikati ya mziki unasikia naona wanaume hapa hivi ni kama wanataka kuanguka. DJ anafanya vitu kama kanacheza kidogo. Unasema kama unajua uko na nywele nyeupe, ni kumaanisha wakati wako kulala umefika. Nenda kalale. Yeah, some of the things you just say to get the crowd worked up. Because when you say something like that, watu wako na nywele nyeupe wakalale, of course the old men, city's age will be like, nani mzee, hata tuonyeshe kijana nani mzee. And it works. They get up and start dancing. So yeah, I am a hype man, but I feel like nowadays I'm getting tired for that job. It's really, it's one of those things. Pia mwili yangu inaanza kukaa beyond 12 midnight. Yeah. Big shout out to Arsenal fans and a big shout out to Manchester United fans. Last night, Manchester United, that is, beat Arsenal at their home ground 2-3. So Arsenal lost to Manchester United. And it's kawaida to lose. It's kawaida to win. So big shout out first of all to Arsenal. They actually held they held Manchester and they gave them a run for their money. But clearly Manchester United was a better team last night, and they happened to win that particular game. Yeah, the first goal was actually an own goal by Martinez.
Good for him.
But subsequent goals, they really worked hard for them. So tunawatakia kila laheri. Also, Benfica fans, Benfica won their game 3-0. Which other team played yesterday? Oh, the day before yesterday, Liverpool, we had a chance to play with, I think it was Bournemouth, yeah? And we also lost 2-3 to Bournemouth. Liverpool lately, tumekuwa tukiona kivumbi. Imekuwa mbaya, my friend. But Chelsea also won their game, by the way. They won 1-3. So a big shout out to Chelsea fans and the Chelsea team. Kama wewe ulikuanga pale ukitarajia kuona matokeo tofauti, kama jamaa moja nasikia anaitwa Oga Obina. Do you know Obina? Obina placed a bet of 1 million, from what I understand.
Oh, there's a show called Obina Show.
Yes, it's hosted
Obina,
by a gentleman called Obina.
The same fellow you're speaking of.
Yeah, so I understand he's currently trending. Actually, that's how I found out that he placed a bet worth 1 million, hoping that Arsenal would beat Manchester United. So as we speak,
he's down 1 million.
He's minus 1 million this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, so... Tunaambiwa gambling is not for the faint-hearted, and also it is not for persons below the age of 18.
Who said?
Serikali imesema hivyo. Admin amesema hapa, this is DMCK admin amesema, Paul, hi, ask CT what is wrong with church services of late. If you are not brutally stopped, you are arrogantly tear-gassed, chased away. Who is doing all this? Well, admin, we shall be talking about that shortly. Mark Komena amesema, good morning, RG, the OG. My first greetings to the team. Always a pleasure hearing your movie. I think from, no, I wasn't at Hope FM. I was actually at 1FM. Hiyo kitambo miaka mingi sana. NCT Muga, I'm looking forward to the morning coffee. Karibu tena sana. John Mutua anasema, good morning, movie. And my friend CT Nico tuned in Qatar. We are A-OK. Thank you sana, Chef Mutua. And then we have Robert Mbogo. Amesema, good morning from Mombasa. Good morning to you too. All right, sitting. Tupatie methali yetu ya leo.
We have moved from the western regions of Africa.
We're no longer in Mali.
No. We are no longer in Mali. We are now in Malawi. Not Mali.
Okay.
Malawi.
Let's do this.
Yes, Malawi. Capital was once upon a time known as Blantyre.
Ah, I know that name.
What do you know? Do you know what it's currently called?
Si umesema Malawi?
Indeed, the country is called Malawi.
Yes.
Capital city.
Oh, the capital
was once called Blantyre.
Oh, I don't know.
Lilongwe.
Now I know Lilongwe.
You know.
Now I know it's Malawi.
Who make connect?
Nimefanya connection.
Oh, very good.
Yes.
Very good.
Yes.
It's an interesting country. Has around 21 million people. Okay, growing population. Now, we will tell you more about this country as time moves on. Significantly, it has 7 regional languages. Okay, the official language is English.
Okay.
What is recognized as perhaps also being a national language is a language called the Chewa.
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 All right.
Right. Now the proverbs.
Give it to us.
The the elders are the rivers where fires are extinguished.
The elders are the rivers where fires are extinguished.
Yes.
Okay. For the first time, I'm actually confused.
Panapo wazee. Apakosekani?
Maarifa?
Something of that nature. Yes.
Pia kuna ile msemo ambao unasema panapo wazee hakuna jambo huharibiki, kama jambo haliharibiki or something of the sort.
Well, you are on the right track. But they're saying elders are the rivers
where fires
are extinguished. See, elders here refers to, in this context, not necessarily people who are chronologically advanced. No. It refers to people who are knowledgeable, because knowledge was synonymous with age at a certain point in time traditionally. The older one got, the more encyclopedic they were considered to be.
For sure.
Yes.
Okay.
But in this modern day and age, when people have what they call areas of speciality, it means somebody has acquired a lot of knowledge on a particular subject matter.
True.
So when you gather people of that nature together, then it is easy to arrive at a position of peace. We know this because in 2000
solving problems and conflicts.
Yes. The fires they speak of are metaphorical.
For sure.
It's not literal. When we had our clashes in the year 2008, that happened. Elders from all over the globe came here.
Oh yes, the Kofi Annans of this world.
Our neighbors, man, people came here. So guys.
Calm down.
Hey, guys, please. Please. There was a particular lady who came here called Condoleezza Rice.
At the time she was the
Secretary of State
in the United States of America.
Yes. Her message was a lot simpler.
Yeah.
If you guys don't sort yourself out, we'll sort you out, okay? Said, yes, madam.
Hapo ndipo mzee Kibaki akaambia Raila, sasa unaona vile hao wamekuja. Hawanaga hodi. Wanakujaga tu na wanafanya kile wanataka. Na watatufanya mambo mabaya. So itabidi mimi na wewe tumekuwa mabesto. We be friends. Tafadhali. So yeah, you're right. And I'm sure that's when I was like, sasa itabidi tumekuwa marafiki, tumaliza. But I like the fact that in 2007 and 2008, Kenya learned a lesson. And one of the biggest lessons, and it is repeated with every election cycle, that we do not want to go back there. And we know better. Hata wakati wa maandamano ile ya 2004 na ya 2005, the one thing that was on the lips of every single, even the guys who were organizing maandamano, they were like, guys, it's never that serious. Yeah. If you see things escalating,
leave.
Tafadhali.
Si lazima.
Yeah. That's what I like about this country. 2007 we learned a lot. Salamu zimfikie manani Don Sabo amesema, welcome CT to Malawi. Please ask Paul, is he in Malawi?
He's a Malawian.
Okay. So Don Sabo is a Malawian. He says, welcome CT to Malawi. Please ask Paul if he knows Malawi. Is he ready to learn? Can he do jing in Malawi? What is jing?
Ask Paul. I mean, ask
Don Sabo.
Don Sabo. He's the one.
Dijing ni nini? So Don Sabo, what is jing in Malawi? What does it mean? Tell me so that I can know if I can do that. Perceptronium is saying God bless us. Well, Perceptronium, God bless us indeed. In 1788 on this day, the British First Fleet lands at Sydney Cove, establishing the first permanent European settlement in Australia, now marked as Australia Day. So 1788, the first British fleet arrived in Sydney, Australia, and they actually call this day Australia Day. All right. Marit anasema, good morning kings and queens. I started mixing using cassettes, using a biro or stick, then progressed to MP3, then customized keyboard for virtual DJ. Hey, Marit, umetoka mbali. But yes, I also remember doing that cassette thing, putting a biro in the middle and then unaizungusha hivi until you wind it back or wind it forward, depending on what you wanted to do or which song you wanted to play. So yeah, si tulikuwa naweka bairo hivyo kwa cassette. Alafu naizungusha hivi.
I have managed to do that, yes.
Yeah. All right. Our first story takes us to former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, who has dismissed the story. Let's see what it's all about. So Gachagua dismisses a probe into church incident and claims state-backed assassination plot. This story is brought to us by Bradley Bosire. So Bradley saying, former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has dismissed calls for an investigation into a violent incident at a church in Othaya, Nyeri County, insisting the attack was a state-sponsored assassination attempt carried out by police officers. Addressing journalists shortly after the incident on Sunday, Gachagua accused the Kenya Police Service of orchestrating the violence at a church service in Witima in Othaya, where he had gone to worship. He rejected media reports describing the attacks as unknown people, in quotes, which initially that is what the media reported, or a section of the media, saying the perpetrators were identifiable police officers. Did you see that news item about this particular attack? I happened to watch it, and what I saw was, first of all, people just going helter-skelter in this church compound and within the church. Then secondly, at a distance, you could see police officers, or rather a police vehicle. Some officers, and you could tell the officers because they had these AK-47 rifles, but none of them was in uniform. None of them was in uniform. They all had these balaclavas on their face, so you couldn't really tell who is who. And some of them were lobbing tear gas into the church compound. Then we also saw people arriving in a matatu. What seemed to be a matatu. It was that van matatu, Nissan, what we like to call Nissan. And people alighting from this vehicle with vijiti kubwa. Do I call them clubs? Ready to clobber people. And the clobbering they did. Then I also saw what I believe is who I believe is a police officer, because again, balaclava, AK-47, shooting into a crowd. Not in the air, not in the ground, not sideways, not into a bush. Aiming into a crowd and firing. Not once, not twice, but several times.
Did anybody die?
From what I understand, no one yet is, no one has been reported dead so far, unless there is. Kindly, guys, if I'm misrepresenting that information, please let me know. But what in the world did we witness yesterday? I really do not know what was happening as far as Gachagua's situation is concerned, why he went to this church. Did he go to worship? Did he go to address worshippers there? The point is, there was a lot of melee where he was. And people were injured because we did see people with several injuries, including and perhaps not limited to gunshot wounds.
There were people with gunshot wounds.
Mimi kulingana na venye niliona.
Have there been reports of people who've been taken to hospital with gunshot wounds?
As of this morning, personally, I have not seen that particular report. So I wouldn't dismiss it though. But yes, mimi niliona watu wameumia bro. Magari yamerushiwa tear gas ndani, and then moja tear gas inakuanga moto pia, and vehicles have a lot of flammable items, plastics, fabrics. So some vehicles caught some fire. Why this happened, I have absolutely no idea. I am trying to understand. I have no idea why anyone would be attacked in the way these people were attacked. I do not see what the big deal is. You're a police officer, you have got weapons, you have got handcuffs. You can walk into that church peacefully, arrest whoever you need to arrest. If it's the clergy, I'm sure they won't resist. If it is Rigathi Gachagua, perhaps there's even a better way of getting him to a police station. If you request him, I don't think he would say no. Unless, of course, you request him and then he says no.
If all the questions you asked were answered, perhaps the best way to answer it would be ask a question. So who benefits from this?
From this chaos?
Yes.
Again, I don't know. Like for me, it really... Of course, Gachagua is saying that this is state-sponsored violence and that it was an attempt on his life. He insists that it failed. Otherwise, it was literally meant to... Like, from where he stands, they had planned that yesterday was his last... was his last day to breathe on earth.
There's an article in The Nation that talks about this at great length. they claim that there is an officer who was involved in the planning of this raid.
Okay.
Who spoke at great length, or usually on the understanding of anonymity, that they planned it and that there's some people who are resisting some of the details of the plans, like injuring Gachagua. And according to that particular article in The Nation, that the people who planned these things were members of parliament, again from the mountain region, according to this particular individual.
Okay, interesting.
Now I am asking the question. When such things are planned, there's an end goal in mind.
For sure.
What is the end goal? What is this thing that is supposed to be achieved with this? We saw people getting injured. We saw children getting injured. We saw people... It's a church. This isn't one of those stories where there were people demonstrating on the street, tear gas was lobbed into the crowd, and the wind sort of like wafted the tear gas into the church. This one, the church was the target. Who gains?
Me, I saw there's a video doing rounds actually of a police officer, and I'm calling him a police officer, but he was in plain clothes, so I'm assuming he was a police officer. It could have been anyone, but yeah, he took this tear gas from a bag that he was carrying on his chest, and he aimed at that particular church and threw that tear gas in there. So mimi niko na swali moja, because there was some footage of inside the church, people again going helter-skelter because smoke was filling up. Imagine if someone had asthma in there.
You'll be severely damaged.
The chances of you dying, even on a normal day, on any given day, because of the allergies that asthma comes with, the chances of dying are usually significant.
You know, the tear gas, by its very nature and concoction, if you have asthma, you'll suffer very adversely.
Yes.
But even if you do not have the complications of asthma,
you and I, we can struggle and tunaweza breathe vizuri after.
You'll really struggle.
After a proper struggle.
Have you ever confronted tear gas?
Yes, I have.
That thing is not pleasant, man. There's something about it seems to choke you. Okay?
When you work in this profession of ours,
it more or less hinders your breathing.
Yes. Yeah? When you're in this profession of ours, tear gas is a normal thing. But I was just imagining, because me, I have relatives who have asthma. If you happen to find yourself in that situation, you all komenda kanisa too.
You're going to be in trouble.
Ulikomenda kanisa, and then Mheshimiwa Rigathi akaamua kuja kwa kanisa yenu. You are innocent. This for you was any other Sunday. But now, because now I'm thinking, if it were me and I have asthma, anytime I see Rigathi Gachagua, I go the opposite direction, even if I support him. Because where he is, tear gas somehow follows him. Yeah? So you can imagine someone who has asthma finding themselves in this situation. That is something that like, the conversation right now would be very different for their family.
The question that I have to ask, and I'm asking again.
Yes.
Whoever it is who planned all this, to what end?
All right.
Because this doesn't win anybody a popularity contest.
Yes.
The moment ordinary civilians are being injured, are being harmed.
I was having a conversation with someone yesterday on this very issue, going by what you're asking. So let's even assume that someone had planned to finish Gachagua. So how will they benefit when he's out of the picture?
It is that's what I always ask. Whenever I hear this thing, fine, I've seen, I've heard. To what end?
Will they inherit his support base? Will they ensure that he, the influence that he had and the thoughts and the seeds that he had planted in the thoughts of the people that he was trying to influence, that those seeds have now, been killed as well?
If you fight such a person, and he has stalwart supporters, you are not disintegrating them.
You embolden them.
Yes, and you strengthen their resolve. So if that is your motive, then definitely you are succeeding. But if the opposite is what your motive is, then you are definitely failing. Because he will then gain sympathies from people who probably would not have been sympathetic, but they'll feel, but why is this man being attacked?
He
says some fairly vitriolic things, but why is he being attacked?
This guy has a point. Even if he didn't have a point.
Yes. You are lending credence to the man, and you're giving him value that he didn't have before the attack. So, again, my question still holds. To what end? What do these people think they're going to achieve with whatever it is that they're doing?
I also don't know. So police have begun a probe into Nyeri Church service chaos. This is according to the Inspector General of Police. So Samuel Otieno is saying that the National Police Service says it has launched investigations into an incident in which a church service at St. Peter's ACK Church in Witima, Nyeri County was violently disrupted on Sunday. Several political leaders, including Democracy for Citizens Party leader Rigathi Gachagua, was in attendance at the time of the incident. In a statement, the NPS said the disruption occurred at around 11 a.m. when a tear gas canister was allegedly thrown into the church, forcing the service to stop. Police also reported that several vehicles were damaged within the church compound. Did you see those cars that were damaged? Several SUVs. I think I saw upwards of 5 Toyota Land Cruisers, V8 engines, having been damaged.
That level of damage means some people just targeted those vehicles.
Of course. Perhaps to ensure that Rigathi doesn't get away in the vehicle and the people that he came with, because he wasn't alone. He was with several other Waheshimiwas as well. So to ensure that those guys do not get away in their vehicles, they probably... Because I saw a footage of him going through a shamba. And let me just laugh at this point. It was funny seeing... Rigathi in that suit.
It's called in flight mode.
Yes, flight mode. Anapitishwa katikati ya mashamba huko, manyasi na nini za watu, mahindi za watu, trying to scamper for safety. Man, it was a crazy scene.
It's not just crazy. Incidences of this nature are not good.
For sure.
And they are particularly not good as we approach a period of serious electioneering with an election impending in the not too distant future.
Yeah.
It sets a tone that we don't need. Because this is a tone of violence.
Yeah.
The problem with violence is that it breeds violence. That is the problem.
Yeah. Because itafika mahali mtu atachoka.
And you do not know when it gets to a point where people figure out, so what? Now that is what you don't want.
I agree with you, City.
That is completely unnecessary.
I agree with you.
There are people who planned this. There are people who planned this thinking that they may scurry favors with the president. And there are people who may have planned this so that they can scuttle any gain the president may have made in the mountain.
Yeah.
And there's a third view. And this is always the view of many people, that it is the president who gave this order. And whenever I hear that view, I ask the question, yes, it is possible, but to what end?
Yeah. And we'll actually read something from the Standard in a short while, once we're done with traffic, in regards to this very situation and in regards to what you've just said about the president. So why don't we first of all check out what's happening on the roads of Nairobi?
Smooth.
Hey, sasa ni nani anasema smooth jazz? Sasa tutaki jazz, tunataka kitu inaitwa traffic. All right, let's check out traffic situation. Ngong Road currently looking kind of ish. But that is at the junctions. For example, the Junction Mall roundabout, currently heavy with traffic, but it's because of that ongoing construction. However, I understand that is soon going to be a thing of the past. Looking at this Raila Odinga Way, that roundabout there, as you're crossing over to Daystar University Nairobi campus, kind of bumper to bumper at this particular hour. Actually, that entire roundabout, that junction that we call that roundabout is bumper to bumper, but it's just at that section. After that, everyone else is moving quite well. Mara Road within Upper Hill area looks like it within Upper Hill moving quite well. The Uhuru Highway inakaa iko sawa kwa sasa, apart from a few spots, for example that Haile Selassie roundabout, Bunyala roundabout, but everything else after that is moving quite well. I'm looking at Poster Road, ukielekea sehemu za Nyayo House, huko pia kunakaa ni kama kuna ka traffic kidogo, Kaunda Street. Now this is of course when you're getting into the CBD. City Hall Way also outbound, a little bit of traffic there, but everything else is moving quite well. Moi Avenue, no complaints. Not Uru, but Harambe Avenue, also no complaints. The rest of the CBD, we're talking about Ronald Ngala Street, Luthuli Avenue, basically downtown, Landis Road. Sasa hivi mkona shida nyingi tena sana, bumper to bumper as it is. Thika Super Highway, Pangani area is where you have a little bit of traffic, but after that you guys are moving quite well. Actually traffic imeanzia Survey. Enterprise Road ina shida yote. Likoni Road pia iko sawa sawa. Watu wa Langata Road no complaints. Mombasa Road ukitoka wapi? Ile traffic naona peke yake ni pale Imara Daima, ni kwa sababu ya hiyo stage inakuwa hapo, lakini zaidi ya hapo mnasonga vizuri. Pale panajulikana kama Airport North Road, also not looking bad. However, it's a yellow line. So that means that you guys are moving. It's just that you're moving quite slowly. Outer Ring Road also looking good at this particular minute. I'm zooming out to check out Pwani. Pwani mnasema vipi? Nikiangalia Mombasa pale, shida ambayo naona tu kidogo. Hapana, samahani, shida si kidogo. Biashara Street, bumper to bumper at this particular moment. Abdel Nasser Road, yellow line. That means that you guys are moving. It's just that you're moving at a slow pace. Sabasaba in junction gani? Ronald Ngala mahali nakuja kupatana na hii barabara inajulikana kama nini? Inakuja kupatana na Jomo Kenyatta Avenue, imeshikamana kidogo. Actually si kidogo, imeshikamana sana. If you're coming from Ziwani, just know that you're heading into some serious traffic on that particular road. Pia naona Sheikh Abdullah pale inakuja kupatana na Ronald Ngala. Kuna ka traffic kidogo, lakini zaidi ya hapo Mombasa naona fairly kila kitu kiko sawa. Pale lights Kengeleni naona mko na traffic kweli mumeshikamana.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Front page of the Daily Nation. Wamboi fights equity auction over 8 billion debt. Who is Wamboi? When President Ruto swept to power, businesswoman Mary Wamboi got lucky. The state dropped a 2.5 billion tax evasion case against her. The traders' companies also went on to bag multi-billion shilling tenders to import foodstuff, as she too was appointed to a plum state job. But her business empire is under threat from 8.2 billion loans, with Equity Bank seeking to auction her flagship asset, Glee Hotel. Oh my. So apparently, Glee Hotel borrowed a loan and they currently have a balance of 6.186 billion. And then Glee Hotel Limited also borrowed another loan of 909 billion. That is the balance rather that is remaining. So that means kuna kakitu melipa. Purma Holdings Limited has a loan balance of 547 million. Then Albatross Aviation has got a loan balance of 119 million. Enterprise Supplies Limited, 445.425 million. Enterprise Supplies Limited, 59.957 million. So according to this, the total is 8.267 billion. CT, kuna mtu akona loan ya 8.6 billion. 8.2, sorry.
Yes.
8.2 billion. Hiyo ni loan.
Yes.
Mimi, I think the most loan nimeichukua ni 1 million.
That's a lot of money, man.
It's a lot of money, man. And we're talking about, I took that loan when? Almost 10 years ago.
It is still a lot of money.
Yes.
Even if you took it now.
And I paid it all I paid it in about 3 years.
Let me repeat.
Yeah.
It is still a lot of
money. It is still a lot of money today. Loan ile kubwa nimeichukua. Na ile kidogo nimewahi chukua ilikuanga 70,000. It was an emergency loan. Kuna mtu ako na loan ya 8.2 billion na analala vizuri, anaamuka, anaenda kazini, yako tu sawa. Mimi ni saizi nikakuwa na deni ya mtu ya 1,000 shillings sitakuwa sawa. Like right now ninafikiria ile rent nafaa kulipa end month na nikula stress. Kuna mtu ako na loan ya 8.2 billion.
Yes. So take the headache you have with the 1,000 shillings.
Yes.
And imagine the headache this lady has.
Right.
With the 8 billion. That article also states that she has said she's unable to pay.
Yeah. And she's unable to pay 8.2 billion.
She doesn't have the wherewithal. Says business has been bad. This is me paraphrasing.
Yes.
And she's, according to her, the valuation of her hotel, a place called Glee Hotel,
yes,
is 9.5 billion. That's the valuation.
The valuation, yes. And then
but the banker said, yeah, we understand you, but quick sale, meaning haraka chap chap.
Yes.
5.6 billion.
Hey.
Where?
Hey. Yeah. 8.2 billion. 8.2 billion. I'd be at a hospital somewhere. Nimewekwa drip ya kupeleka my blood pressure chini. Yes.
Why the drip, Paul?
Because it's a lot of money to owe someone. 8.2 billion city. How am I going to pay that money? With what?
How did you acquire that particular debt in the first place?
I have no idea. The point is, I cannot. 8.2 billion. Anyway, so they're saying that, like you've said, the chairperson of Glee Hotel Limited confirmed that she is unable to pay the money because all her businesses were constrained to access credit facilities. Shit. Hey. Costa's lowest turnout of senior school students, that is according to the ministry. It says that 80,000 grade 10 learners are still at home nationwide. 80,000. How rogue police planned attack on Gachagua. This story is on page 7. Now, the violent attack on former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua during a church service in Othaya, Nyeri County yesterday was allegedly planned in Nairobi on Friday, according to an officer who claimed to have been part of the operation. People flee under a cloud of tear gas on this particular page. You'll see them if you get your copy of the Daily Nation. Kuna watu wanatoroka hiyo tear gas bwana. Ida welcomes Ruto diplomatic job offer. Mama Ida Odinga, the widow of former ODM leader Raila Odinga, has welcomed goodwill messages following her nomination by President Ruto as Kenya's ambassador and permanent representative to the United Nations Environment Program. That story is on page 6. Haya rakaraka tuangalie Standard. Told you I'll let you know what the Standard is saying in regards to the president and the drama surrounding Gachagua.
By the way, just so that you have an understanding, the amounts that you speak of.
Yes, the 8.2 billion.
You are in all correctly because it amounts to the total that 3 separate counties in this country would get as the equitable share per year.
What?
Yes.
And this is controlled by one person.
Hiyo ni pesa county tatu zile ambazo zipati pesa nyingi.
Mtu mmoja ako nayo.
Yes, is wampewa county ambayo iko na watu. So yes, it is an enormous amount and you are right to ulikuwa una haki ya kumaka.
Ni makieta mnomba by the way. It's bad, man.
Please continue.
It's bad, man. 8.2 billion. The Standard says, President, stop this. Tear gas in the church, bullets in the air, and children choking in Othaya marked the latest attack on former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua amid a surge in such incidents since his impeachment. What unfolded at Witima ACK was not just political violence, but an assault on faith, law, and public safety. As accusations swirl around police involvement, responsibility ultimately rests with President William Ruto, who must rein in the security apparatus and restore order. Mutai Kahiga, Nyeri governor, says this. How do you tear gas children and women in a church surely?
So other places you are allowed to tear gas them. Is that it?
Well, how do you tear gas children and women in a church surely? I urge the people of this county and country to be patient and not reiterate in any way. I think he meant retaliate. In any way. The year 2027 will come and go, but our country will remain. That is on the front page, one headline by the Standard newspaper.
You know, I don't know. When the president is called upon to rein in.
Yeah.
So essentially, we are saying that the independence of the police service is null and void, and that it is the president who must determine what the police service does.
Good question.
So it brings to question the independence or the value of the term independence when it comes to the institutions that we have in this country. Because An independent institution means the buck stops with you. If the Supreme Court or the courts, the judicial service does something wrong, do we blame the president? If they arrive at a decision that perhaps is unpalatable to the public,
yeah,
do we blame the president? Do we blame the court? Do we blame the system?
We blame the president of the Supreme Court.
Yes.
That is a Chief Justice.
True. We blame the judiciary. When we blame Parliament, again, we are selective. We blame Parliament and we say they've been captured by the president. I am at odds with that particular perspective.
Yes. You see, what you are saying is you're saying we follow logic. Is it logic really?
No, I am saying we have laws, we have a constitution, we understand the power of the presidents and the presidency. We also understand that we have independent institutions. And I'm giving the example of one independent institution and then another and another. And I'm saying that even the commissions that we have are independent commissions. Independent means they are independent. You can actually decide and you can even disagree with the president if it comes to that.
True.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So when a paper that understands the democracy of this country and understands the independence of institutions focuses and says, President, so what have they said?
So this is what, and I'm not thinking on behalf of the writer, but let me just say this. The most powerful person in this country called Kenya is the president. And the president today is Dr. William Samoei Ruto.
Actually, he's not.
Who is?
We are. The most powerful group of people, the most powerful entity in this country is not the president. It is the people who elected the president.
All right.
That is the most powerful entity that we have in the country.
But I said the most powerful person.
And I'm saying he is not the most powerful person. When power is given to you, you are not powerful. You are powerful because of what has been given to you. The power that you speak of...
City, we are saying the same thing. It's semantics too, but we are saying the same thing.
Semantics, but let's call it semantics, as you've called it.
Semantics inamaanisha, inasema yani. So the president is the single most powerful person in this country today. So he can through either influence, dialogue or otherwise.
The president is the person to whom the most power has been
given. Yeah. So City, president is the most powerful one.
There's a reason why I'm insisting on...
derail my train of thought.
Forgive me. Please continue.
So if the president were to even sit down with Kanja, that is our inspector general, and just ask him, my brother, there's an issue here. You can, hata wewe mwenyewe unaona. Na kila mtu anani point hapa hivi. Magazeti yanasema president. Politicians wanasema president. Wakenya wanasema president. Sasa, this is the president sitting with you as IG Kanja. What is going on here? How can we help you to ensure that this situation is taken care of? I believe the president is in a position to do that. Do you think he can?
He is.
Yes. He can do that?
He is.
Yeah.
But if then Kanja isn't doing what he's supposed to do, then why is he in that position?
Because exactly, good question, and I thank you for that question. Because now even Kanja can come out and say to the president, of course, when they're having that very secret closed door meeting, na ambie Mheshimiwa Rais, amwambie bro, wacha tu nikwambie ukweli. There is a rogue unit within politics, that is your forte as the president, and there is a rogue unit within my
jurisdiction,
which is the police. Watu silioni magunzo walikuwa wamejifunika mauso, hata mimi mwenyewe siwezi wa identify. Right? We know, yes, it happened in Nyeri. The reports that I have and our intelligence services are telling us that, this meeting was done in probably this hotel, and this is what they planned. Now, I'm trying to get to the bottom of this, but your politicians, your friends, whether in government or in opposition, your friends are also they're playing a big part in this. They have bribed police officers or paid goons or paid whatever. I'm trying to get to the bottom of this. So together, we can actually take care of this situation. So you crack down on your folks. Let me know who to arrest from your end. I do my investigation and I get them. And then they agree. And by extension, the president has actually stopped this.
This is the point where I suggest that you be nominated as an advisor.
These same advisors that the court said they are unconstitutional.
We are going to appeal that one.
Yeah. So I believe the president can actually, if he wanted, he can actually stop this. But that is us trying to be judicious, constitutional and whatever. President akitaka leo, hata hiyo closed meeting tunasema hiyo ni story. He just needs to send an SMS to IG Kanja na amwambie, bro, you either sort this or I sort you.
Haina ugumu.
Hii story mingi ya tuache. Cause kuna sona nichomea kama president. Na sitaendelea kuchomewa. Mimi, this is not my mode of operation. My modus operandi. So you sort it or I sort you. And IG Kanja at that point we realize, by the way, I need to step into my shoes. And I need to do it now. So it's either that, or if it continues, if we see this again, because this is not the first time Gachagua has been tear-gassed at a church.
Or the second.
He has been tear-gassed at churches, rallies. He has been tear-gassed. Basically, this guy... He has been
tear-gassed thoroughly.
Yes, at funerals, he has been tear-gassed.
Well, it looks like Gachagua has taken over the role that Raila had before.
Yeah.
The most tear-gassed person in the country.
Exactly.
And how did that end? How did it begin? How did it end? What did it do for Raila?
It actually made him one of the most powerful people in this country.
Precisely.
Yes.
So, do you think that script is absent from the minds of some of the people who may be involved in ensuring that people are tear-gassed at churches?
You know, I'm inclined to exonerate, in my mind, the president from what happened to Gachagua.
Why?
Because of what we've been saying. It doesn't favor him. Him giving Gachagua all this publicity, it actually works against him. And it works against him in the same region he is trying to win over. Yes. The president is literally trying to, and he said it actually in, I think it was on Friday's headlines. Alikuwa anasema he wants to double his votes. Whatever he got in 2022, he wants to double that in the central region. So this doesn't help him double. This actually minuses ×4. And any gains he had already in the area, perhaps, I don't know, I'm not a political pundit, but perhaps hizo marks zinaendelea kupotea. So, what's happening on the Star?
News. MP's report exposes why Kenyan migrants get stranded at the Gulf. This is a story on page 2. Entrepreneur interview Nurani. Entrepreneur who built multi-billion-dollar hospitality empire. This is the story of a guy who owns this hotel chain that is referred to as, let me find the name. I had it in my head.
Name ipotea.
Then, no, my head just decided to go empty. It's called Pride Inn Hotels. Right. Kenya to feel pinch after America finally withdraws from WHO. Okay? So, Mackenzie wars grow as police want him charged with Kwabi Nzaro deaths. Why hasn't he been charged? Why are they talking about it now? Then bang in the middle of the paper.
Pole sana. Bless you.
Thank you. New rates will apply only to those earning 108,000 and above. What am I talking about?
What are you talking about?
Fresh NSSF raid on salaried to further erode take-home pay. Okay? Story on page 4 and 5. This is an interesting story. What it's essentially saying is, officials say the new deductions, which start in February, will only apply to those earning 108,000 and above. Meaning, if you are earning a certain amount of money, there's monies that would be deducted from you and taken towards NSSF.
Yes.
Pension.
All right.
But now they're increasing that, which means at the end of the day, your pay slip will feature less money than it did before.
Okay.
And this is a quote from somebody who says, life has become unbearable. Although the government has a good intention to help us to save for the future, compelling my employers to match my contributions, I will really struggle to meet my monthly needs with a lower net pay. Okay?
Okay.
That is the story. And then, apart from just that headline, there are two stories. One, Gachagua tear gas in Othaya Church as ODM battle rages. What am I talking about?
What are you talking about?
Well, party wrangles. Sona East MP Junaid Mohammed, Kisii Governor Simbarati, ODM leader Oburu Oginga, and Homa Bay Governor Gladys Wanga in Kisii yesterday. Top. That's a picture. Then Embakasi MP East, Babu Owino, Siaya Governor James Orengo, Vihiga Senator Godfrey Otsotsi, and Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna attended church service in PAG Kawangware, Nairobi yesterday. This is what they refer to as the ODM battle raging, okay? One side against the other. And in the pictures, there are people clearly running away. Picture of a lady on the ground and others trying to resuscitate her. These aren't pleasant pictures. But the questions must be asked sincerely. To what end? What do these people think they're going to achieve? What do they actually think they're going to achieve? Or is it that group that used to tear gas any rally that was led by the late Raila Odinga? And remember the ones who actually broke the window of a vehicle he was supposed to be in and lobbied tear gas inside, those ones? So is there a specific and special tear gas group who are, and who controls them? Who do they take orders from?
I don't know, man. Essentially, they should be taking the orders from Inspector General of Police.
No, they shouldn't. That's not how it works. That's not how it works.
No, I mean, eventually the buck stops with
but Inspector General, he is the person to whom the buck stops. But the pecking order.
Inakuanga ingine mrefu.
Baba,
na ikuangi straight.
Maze inashuka.
Na ikuangi straight.
Inashuka. Because if it's a unit, then it'll be under a certain station. Mkubwa station on the side is the other OCS, region OCPD. Sindio?
Ndio.
So the person who's commandant wa hiyo ni nani? Because they got the person. Remember, there was a time, once upon a time, we had a group called the Flying Squad. Remember those ones?
Yes.
Based in Pangani. Okay? They're a special group. But since then, there are very many such special groups that have been formed.
Yeah.
I personally am not certain what it is they all do, but I know they exist.
Yeah.
Yes. So, this particular group, is it one of those special groups? Again, the question, to what end?
I saw a tweet, someone asking, so they put a caption, they first of all took a picture of that police officer. There was a police officer with an AK-47, and he was training his gun towards a target. And that person asked, does this police officer, does he have family, a wife or children, a mother that goes to church?
Sure he does.
And I was like, even if he does, you see, when these guys are following orders, I highly doubt they remember, my mother back in the village, or my mother back at home, or my father, or my children. If
we go by the report that is presented in the Nation, there are police officers who, when the plan was hatched and were called upon, some outrightly said no. No, this is what we're doing. There's some who said no. As they support Gachagua open. They said no, we're not going to do this.
Yes.
When you foment revolt, it isn't just in the populace of the citizenry. It is in the disciplined forces. You will give an order too many, and they'll tell you point blank they're not doing it. What then will you do? What will you do? Because we've seen scenarios. One case was in Bangladesh when Sheikh Hasina, the PM, gave orders and told the police to shoot civilians. They told her, Madam, no.
They actually joined the protest.
They did. They said no. Told the army told her, Madam, what you do? Get into a helicopter, go. Because now, this isn't going to work. Okay? These are people who are citizens of the country, like these are the fellows.
They have relatives in these places.
Yes, they have an equal stake in this country. And they can see what you're doing, and they can see where they're going to go, and they're telling this person, this is how you're thinking. You, Naishima, just take that thinking, go to Pakistan or someplace nearby.
We thought you had a plan, but we have realized.
No. You're actually not going to be good for the country. Just go, please. Yes, quietly. There are other people who can do this thing.
Yeah. I hope that they will get to the bottom of this, because they have done that to Raila. They have done that to many other people. It's happening now to Gachagua. I just hope that our IG will be the IG who will say enough is enough. Guys, we need to have a mature way of dealing with dissenting voices. We need to have a mature way of dealing with individuals we think or we feel are going against what we consider the law.
Why don't we just call them and talk to them? Is it that difficult?
It's not. I don't think it is.
Just call them and talk to them.
Yeah. I don't think it is. Yeah. Let's get into this thing we call the news. Then when we return, I shall be looking at some of your salams. So kama hujatuma salamu zako, tafadhali tuma, utuambie unatusikiza kutoka wapi, unatutizama kutoka wapi. Unaweza tupata kwa tovuti yetu, that is radiogeneration.co.ke. You can also find us on Twitter at radiogenke, that is X. You can also find us on Facebook, Radio Generation Kenya. We are on TikTok. We are also live on Facebook at Radio Generation Kenya. YouTube as well, it is Radio Generation Kenya. In Nairobi, it's on 88.8 FM, Mombasa 90.7 FM, and in Garissa, it's 89.5. Wewe unatusikiza, unatutizama ukiwa wapi?
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale says the Social Health Authority will not pay fake claims for services not received by Kenyans. Speaking in Garissa during a graduation ceremony at Madarasa Munawar, Duale said all hospitals' claims must undergo verification, clinical review, and forensic audit before payment. He asked that the process is meant to protect public funds.
SHA will do due diligence, forensic audit, clinical review to make sure that the services you have offered is the right one and the Kenyan patient has got it. So wale wanasema hatulipi pesa ni wale ambaye bado tunachunguza the claims that they have lodged with the Social Health Authority. The law allows us that we must pay within 90 days upon verification, review, validation, and forensic audit.
Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi says the government is committed to working with religious organizations to help build a prosperous nation. Speaking during a mega prayer dedication assembly hosted by the Global Cathedral Church at KICC Nairobi, Mudavadi said the government is open to constructive criticism and moral guidance from the church in the national interest.
The church continues to eternally remind us that there are some things that money just cannot buy, like morals, integrity, humility, and compassion. The faith-based organizations serve as our pillars of virtue that sustain social harmony and humanity's moral fabric.
Hawkers in Kitengela, Kajiado County are protesting alleged harassment from rogue county government officers and private businessmen. The hawkers accuse the officers of illegally pushing them out of their trading spaces. They are calling for clear policies from the county regarding informal trading.
Tumeamkia tukapata container imewekwa kwenye tunauzianga na hatukuwa tumeambiwa. Sasa ile swali tunauliza, wenye walikuwa wanauzia hapa wataenda wapi?
Na viongozi wa kaunti tuko ushirika moja, lakini hatujui ni nani ameweka. Sasa tunataka ajitokeze aseme ni mimi niliweka na sababu ni gani.
The United Democratic Alliance will hold a special National Governing Council meeting today to ratify a resolution to begin structured talks with the Orange Democratic Movement ahead of the 2027 general election. The meeting will bring together all UDA elected leaders, including governors, senators, members of parliament, women representatives, and nominated leaders at State House in Nairobi. The decision was reached last week during a National Steering Committee meeting chaired by President William Ruto. A leading Venezuelan human rights group says at least 80 political prisoners have been released under pressure from the U.S. Alfredo Romero, head of Foro Penal, said his group was verifying the identities of those freed from prisons across the country on Saturday, and more releases were likely to take place. It is the latest bunch of detainees released since the U.S. seized Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro in a raid and took him to New York to stand trial on drug trafficking charges earlier this month. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. Welcome to Radio Generation. The People's Breakfast is where we are at. That's a hashtag, by the way. If you're using it on social media, I'll definitely find you and I'll definitely give you a shout out. Speaking of which, we do have nani yako hapa? Kuna salamu nilikuwa nimeona. Salamu zimfikie Chungu Mutiesia, Miss Jemima, kuna Kingpin, kunaye nani mwingine? Kuna that's on X. Our producer Ed Mombasa saying that Othaya story is really a sad one. And then we have Hakuna Matata. Amesema keep the blue flag flying high. London is blue. Tuned in from Kadzandani, Nyali, Mombasa raha. Wewe ndio ulishi Mombasa City. Unajua Kadzandani ni wapi huko?
No, I don't actually.
Haya, Kadzandani, watu wa Kadzandani kama mwatusikiza mtuambie mko pande gani ya Kadzandani ama Kadzandani iko wapi haswa. Then kuna mahali pa kuna mmoja anaitwa hapa Isiolo Decides. A very good morning to you Isiolo Decides. Now if I get to our YouTube account, let me see, we do have a couple of folks tuned in. I will start with Marit nilikuwa nimeshasoma yake. Mose Ngasha amesema good morning guys. Nick Bala amesema even as we play dirty politics, let's consider the effects on those caught up in the melee. What about the children and old ones who can break their bones? Good question. Let's not lie to one another. The government and goons versus the people of Kenya. That is what Mosengashi is saying. Guka 2011 anasema great to connect from Githonguri. Guka Githonguri habari. Asante sana kwa kuja. Tunasema ya kwamba tunashukuru. Then there's Harun Gishuki saying something is very very wrong in our country. If violence can be thrown to a peaceful gathering, ile we witnessed, Kenyans must rise up and act. Festi Royals anasema I have noticed something about power. As long as a leader has support base, no matter how tiny it is, they can survive even when the majority turns against them. We need total unity for change to happen. Tony Ochieng, good morning City and Movie, watching you live. Tony, good morning and thank you so much for coming through. Dance Squad amesema Garissa tuko locked in 2027. Abdul Haji Timbi. You know, some of these things I read on our chat. I have to cross-check and confirm I've read the right thing. But anyway, Garissa wamesema bahali yake wako tuned in na wanasema wanafurahia. That is Abdul. We also have Mweni saying good morning City and Movie. Well, good morning to you Mweni. My Tech 2.2 amesema fun fact. Orengo was actively doing politics in the 70s. He was first elected in a by-election in 1980 on a Kanu ticket. He went on to become a very firebrand politician. Yes, he's still firebrand.
He was a firebrand even before then. Remember, this was a student leader.
Yes, he was.
And the firebrandness was seen even during his student days.
Yes.
Yes. He and people like Oki Ombaka. There are people who made their bones when they were in university.
Yes.
And there's a time in this country that the students' union or the students at the University of Nairobi, when there's only one university,
yes,
were, one could argue, almost acted as the official opposition. One was afraid of what would happen when the university students decided to go on strike,
Yeah.
or because they are right in the middle of town.
Yeah.
When they spill over, it's immediately into the CBD.
It's bad.
Immediately into the CBD.
All right, Eunice Kyoko saying, Mwa Mukata, my favorite Radio Generation team and audience stroke viewers. Shout out from Massachusetts, where we are swimming in mangoes. Also, good morning, my neighbors. They are swimming in Mangosi.
It's a season, is it?
It is the season. Zach anasema, hello my people, Radio Generation. Very cold in the United States capital of Somalia. Ice is happening. The chief security officer's office was raided. You know, we thought for a very long time that Americans have got this thing we call decorum. Even when they want to go and picket, they have these placards and they organize and they wear T-shirts, you know, printed whatever message it is that they are trying to front, and they go there and they chant in a good in unison, and then wakati ukifika wanaenda nyumbani, you know, peaceful. And even the police are there, they protect them and they tell them, look folks, we hear you, you know, we sympathize, we're together in this,
but don't break the law.
Yeah, and they don't break the law for a very long time, until we got a firebrand politician called Donald Trump. Huyo jamaa aliamsha mashetani za America zote. And I saw, because even when people were protesting after a person of color has been killed by the police, peaceful on the streets, guys are any wako na heshima.
They are restrained.
Wako na heshima.
Sasa
wakati Donald Trump aliingia usukani kule miaka iliyopita,
unaongea Donald J. Trump.
Donald J. Trump. Mimi niliona a different America from what I was used to.
What do you think? Do you think that what we were seeing was what was on the surface, and that this particular presidency has brought out what was always there?
It brought out what was always there, because even here in Kenya, whenever you see people doing crazy stuff, it is something that will, because people don't just wake up one day and they decide to do the kind of chaos we saw in the last 2 years in terms of protests. It is something that it means we had the potential, we just withheld. And I say we as a country because everyone is part of this nonsense that we're seeing in our country today. Yeah, we just withheld the potential, and the potential has now come out for one reason or another. It could be because of what President Ruto has been saying. It could be because of what former DP Gachagua has been saying. It could be because of what the current DP, Professor Kindiki, is saying, and many other politicians, including Babu Owino. It has come out because Kenyans have realized, by the way, we actually are in a position to do this. Yeah. Aya, tuko naye my take 2.0 amesema at one point he became a thorn in the flesh of authorities. Together with his friends, they became known as the Seven Bearded Sisters. Huyu ni bado ni James Orengo, eh?
Yeah, Anyona, Raila, Mashengu. They were, yes. And the person who gave them that name was the late and former Attorney General and Minister for Constitutional Affairs, Charles Njonjo.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, there's some comments here. I will definitely read them as we go on. For example, kuna Benny, kuna Brian, kuna Festi Royals pia ameongeza comments kadhaa, kuna Kiptum. So I will definitely check out your comments as we move forward. But right now, though, it's time for us to get into that conversation that I promised you we're going to get into this particular morning. So it is the 26th day of January 2026, sorry. And in this particular hour, we want to talk about accountability and the rule of law. With us in studio is the president of the Law Society of Kenya, that is LSK, Faith Odhiambo. A very good morning to you, Wakili. Welcome to Radio Generation and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Thank you very much.
Karibu sana. Yeah. I'll start just by asking what your thoughts are on what we saw yesterday. That church in, is it Witima, where we saw Kenyans being tear gas?
Say Odhaya.
Yes.
Witima in Odhaya.
In Odhaya.
Yeah, because ukisema Witima, kama your village inaitwa nini?
Changwidya.
Okay, now how would we know it's in Kitui?
Now we know.
No, first of all, we've condemned what happened. I'd say it's a sad state of affairs that we continue to see. We saw even some time back last year a different church being tear gassed as well, and we've continued to raise concerns. And I think Kenyans are getting restless and tired because we've seen the statement that has been issued now by the National Police Service, But they're saying they're getting into investigations. But after these so-called investigations, we are not seeing action, particular officers being held accountable for what is going on. Because as much as you say you highly regret it and you condemn it, but who sent them? You know, police officers work on some element of command responsibility. Someone must have deployed them, given them directions, and want to know which police station, who is the person in charge, want the regional commandant to give updates of what has since been done, who was deployed, why, and for what reason. Because it's quite unfortunate to continue to see innocent citizens being subjected. Politics is politics. However, citizens should not be injured because of misuse of and abuse of power, because we continue to raise the concern that we see elements of the National Police Service being used for political expediency. And the element, the whole aim of having an independent National Police Service was to separate political influence from the work that the National Police Service should be doing. And I continue to say this, that unless the police recognize that they are no longer a force but a service that are constitutionally embedded and will be held accountable, we will not see the relationship between the police and the people of Kenya bridging that gap.
Actually, in the previous City and I were having this conversation saying that we know the police service is independent and it's headed by the Inspector General of Police. But if we look at the Standard newspaper front page, they're saying, President, stop this. What can the president do as far as this melee is concerned?
You see, unfortunately, because we continue to see the National Police Service acting like an appendage of the executive, then people will demand accountability will start from the president. Because we continuously see it's the head of state as if giving these directions. Of course, if he'll be asked, he'll say they're independent. They should be accountable. And he'll say that they will issue policy directions to through his cabinet secretary that police should behave accordance to the law. But we continuously see, even I remember sometimes early last year, I was calling out the Inspector General of Police because he was being seen in rallies, hanging out, sitting on top of cars, asking people that, you know, the president has done a good job. There's a difference between standing and giving security and ensuring the safety of the head of state and getting involved in direct campaigns. So there's a reality that that line is totally blurred. That irrespective of the constitutional dictates that have since been put into place, giving the National Police Service some level of independence, they have still not, I would say, unbrainwashed themselves from the reality that they are now independent from the executive. And that's why we'll continue to see people calling out the head of state, because the clear direction that we're seeing from this country is that the National Police Service is swaying in accordance to the direction of the executive. And therefore, people will therefore call out and hold the head of state accountable.
Madam President,
yes.
What you say is absolutely true. And thank you for coming and for honoring the invitation.
Thank you.
The conversation about the independence of our institutions is as large a conversation as perhaps the independence of the presidency, and I'm going to explain what I mean. If I look at some of the issues we've had regarding appointments, narratives that have been heard to explain some of these appointments has been the president is a man who honors the obligations of people who helped him at a certain point in time. That's supposed to cover a multitude of issues ranging from the capacity, inability, or complete despondency as to what somebody can do given a job they've been given, to somebody who's actually very competent and is able to do what they want to do, to the point of now the division of spoils as into shares. Okay? That's our politics. Now, if you cascade that down and look at patronage with regards to people in positions of authority and how people respond when they find themselves in this position, if you cascade that down to positions that are constitutionally independent, how independent can one really be when there's a clear culture of how it is people kowtow to those in authority. One, as gratitude towards perhaps being given that job. Two, you fulfilling a mandate that you have been given prior to being appointed to that job. I'm simply talking about the reality of our politics and the reality of how it is we govern the country. How then does who do we then hold accountable?
You know, I would say that irrespective of the authority that appoints you, I think you ought to have that realization that you have a mandate. When you talk about even the independence of the presidency and him appointing, would say, so-called his cronies as a thank you, and people say the head of state is loyal, he makes sure those who supported him get a soft landing. But I think something that we forget, that once you become the head of state, you cease to become the head of state of your supporters. You're the head of state of the entire nation, those who supported you and those who didn't. Because at the end of the day, you're the father of the nation. You're responsible for each and every life, irrespective of which corner supported you and which corner did not support you.
I'm taking this discussion to a completely different level, actually. I'm saying that people assume that once the president is enthroned or enshrined as a president, he's all powerful. And I'm saying he's not. I'm actually saying he is not. I'm saying that even the president can be held hostage. That is what I'm actually saying.
Well, he can. Okay, I think you can be held hostage, but you can decide to shed off. I would say probably held hostage because you're thinking about a second term, and then you'll be thinking, if I shed off this baggage, I'll need them at the end of my term to run for a second term.
Or they'll make your rule very difficult.
They make. But also opposition can make your rule very, very difficult. And you can also enable them to make your life very difficult by not realizing that you have to shed off certain dead weight. A reality of life is that even when you become the head of state, there are appendages that must be shed off. We've seen what I would say Donald Trump. There are very many people who supported him and brought him to power. But he's realized there are different dynamics and there are different things these people want to hear. So as much as certain things may be unpopular to the rest of the world, to his people, they're okay and they love that narrative. And he's shedding off certain people that we thought he would never be able to shed off, because he's looking at, he wants his voice to be heard louder. He was trying to achieve certain ends. And if you're not able to achieve one end, you change totally and move to the next that will still keep you on the news and still keep you popular. And so you have to ask yourself, and I think people say the president is quite strategic in his decisions. He has to look at, if I shed off this dead weight, what can I pick up? And at the end of the day, after the Gen Z resolution, he still had to drop off some dead weight at the end of the day to realize he needed to change his strategies, and he's picked up new friends and new alliances. And I think that is a reality that, fine, you could be held hostage, but you cannot say as the top level that you're helpless. You're not helpless.
No, not necessarily. You see, the reason I'm asking you this question is because of the current position you have.
Yes.
You're one of these strange positions where you're really first among very many equals, okay? Yeah. And there are things that you knew you were going to do when you got this job.
Yes.
And I am sure you have found they are not as easy to do as you thought.
Yes.
Am I right on that score?
That is true.
And also, there are people who supported you when you got there. And some of them probably have turned viciously against you and you're thinking, what on earth? Which means the support was not as altruistic as you thought.
Yes.
They supported you because they had their own
interest.
Yes.
That is a given.
It's a given. Now, if it's a given at the level of something like the LSK, now, imagine transpose this to the level of the presidency. What do you think goes on? Because I'm looking at the history of this country. Jomo Kenyatta, Moi, Kibaki. The biggest problems that these individuals have were never the opposition, really. They were presented as the opposition.
Yeah.
The problems were within his inner circle or their inner circles. Yeah. That's where the real problems were.
Actually, I think our president at one point, and I'm not going to that issue of shedding dead weight.
Yeah.
I don't think he really shed dead weight per se. He just realigned them and reorganized them into different places. Some became ambassadors, some became advisors, some became God knows what. He put them in boards and so on and so forth.
Well, that's shedding dead weight.
I feel like he still has the weight.
No, he doesn't.
It's just that he took it from here na akaipeleka hapa. Kama ilikuanga kwa mgongo ikaenda kwa magoti.
Paul, if you were our permanent representatives UNEP and then you now ambassador to Uganda, it's not the same. It's not the same.
You've moved from the inner circle to the outer circle.
I'm just telling you, it's a diplomatic position, but it is not the same. One is infinitely more prestigious. One, you're hobnobbing with natives, whether you like it or
not. We go back to the reality. You're shedding off dead weight. I would say that true, you realize that there are different interests that don't align, but you will find new interests that will align. So you will find new allies in that journey of yours. The question is, are the allies greater than now the enemies that you've since created?
Yeah.
And I think it's a reality that he knows. But you see, the head of state has greater assets to his disposal. You're able to monitor all your enemies and what they're doing and be able to react to it before they do anything, except the ones who probably also have access to those similar apparatus. So I would say that is not an excuse.
But I'm not looking for an excuse here, Madam President. I'm saying the real shedding is not of the individuals, but of your thought processes. Because you align yourself to certain people based on a certain belief and understanding that you have of their intentions and of those individuals. And it takes quite a bit of time for you to actually acknowledge the reality that you're actually seeing but denying and say, actually, you know something? This person actually doesn't mean me well. It takes time. Why? To move from the position where you believe this person meant you well and supported you to the reality that they don't, it takes a bit of time. If you are in a very high office like that of the president, what we're talking about is magnified very many times because you have very many interests that appear to be converged on this presidency. The appearances are that they support the presidency. The reality is that they know that their interests lie in giving the impression that they support the presidency. Now, the reality of what to do with them is often the tricky bit. So the juggling begins. And sometimes the juggling is what you see happening because from among these groups, depending on who thinks they're closer, they're also centers of power. That's a really strange thing. That's how power works. Even you with your position, there are people you work with who at their own little level are their own little centers of power. So at any given time when you're sorting out issues, there's the larger picture. But there are these domestic things which sometimes you wonder, what on earth am I having to deal with?
I would say it differently. I think when you get into presidency, there's also your character and the person that you are and the person people understand. You know, when even we're looking at the leaders coming in now, people know the limits, the character and the type of person. And we also know the yellow pages. You know, we know what you're yellow paging for now to get into power. So people understand the innate rudimentary person you are. And that's why they will align with you because your innate self aligns with their interests. So they know I'm supporting you because this is my interest and innately we are following the same direction. I know that you're going to push towards a certain direction, push certain policies and certain agenda that aligns with me. Now, what happens is when you get in and you change your agenda, you change the face that people perceived, is when you get substantial enemies because now they're like, we got in knowing that your true essence aligns with my essence. And I'd say in tongue-in-cheek, sometimes what happens is you get in with people who you are aligned with the same essence, and then you realize there's a larger picture that you can possibly fit into. And then now you want to change to meet that larger picture because you're seeing these are what brought you probably to power. These are small-time goals. There's a larger direction that now you perceive you can go towards that direction, and then there's now the push and pull. And so sometimes I would say these people who support you, or rather really you feel now are not supporting you, it's because they share a certain essence that you have or that now you're covering, that you don't want other people to see, and yet them, they do not know how to cover it. They're just basically showing that other essence that you now want to change and do a yellow page for the rest of the period. But I say yes, you could say the presidency has greater challenges, but I'd say similarly, the presidency has greater resources, greater information, and ways of managing that situation.
You put it so beautifully. You see, there's us, the essence as you call it, and then we are woven together by, should we say, other intricacies. For instance, you may not know that somebody is actually a phenomenal liar, and then they get in a position of authority, and the way they respond to responsibilities and the pressures is they will say things to allay the pressures, and these things over time, when they're not fulfilled, they become lies. That's how we baptize them. But of interest is the external factors that then become influencers also. Before you became an LSK chair, you didn't have the access you have to the CJ as you have now.
Yes, yes.
You didn't have access to the president of the nation as you have now.
Yes.
You didn't have access to the IG police as you have now.
Exactly.
Actually, you have access to very many people. And if they hear Faith Odhiambo is calling, they will respond. Okay? Make most of the time, because that time is soon coming to an end. But
I think she'll still have their numbers.
No.
Yeah.
Believe me, the LSK is a juggernaut.
Yeah.
When you're the president of the LSK, people know what you represent, and they know it is in their interest to respond quickly. There's a point I'm trying to make, and that is this. That power and everything around it can also influence and change you. There are people it changes for the better,
and others for the worse.
For the vast majority for the worse, completely, because it's something they hadn't anticipated, and so that they're bad people.
Yeah.
It's just that aura around that power comes with can actually throw you off balance. So a lot of the times you're seeing people who are off balance. Again, I'm laying a background for the question I want to ask. When we look at the independent institutions that we have in this country, how do you divorce the patronage and the debt people feel they owe the appointing officer? How do you balance this with the allegiance they have to the independence and the oath of office that they take?
And that is why I say that independent offices must be vetted by the National Assembly. And I continue to say National Assembly or just Parliament as a whole have really failed the nation. If they don't pass the test, don't let them sit in those offices. You're politically attached. You'll not be able to separate your allegiance to the executive from the role that you're going to play. If the three arms of government actually played their role well, we'd be able to have that balance. So the head of state would tell you, well, I tried, I nominated you. Parliament is the one who decided otherwise. The same way we have seen so many positions appointed, and even we have gone to court, and court has nullified the same. And so those are avenues. I have been loyal. I have appointed you, but you have failed this test. It's not been, pass through. As long as we meet. I remember tongue in cheek one member of parliament saying that you couldn't ask Magoha the late many questions because one passed the test and all he had was his birth certificate. So what are you purporting to ask a whole professor who has led institutions? And there is where you have all the many questions you've been sent to try and pass a message. The reality is certain offices we have should actually do their job. Because yes, it's true. Once I'm appointed by the head of state and, we worked together, if I supported him in his campaign and everything, when he gives me that position, I will be aligned because I'll be pushing a certain agenda. But that's why we have the National Assembly, and they're able to vet and should be able to kick you out from sitting in that position. If you do not have the integrity and the capability to actually do that job, then you shouldn't sit in those positions. Because we have seen even certain offices, people say, oh, this person was appointed, they have changed. They have not changed. They're just doing their job as they ought to do in those independent offices. So you see now National Assembly trying to stifle them by ensuring they barely have a budget that they can run. And that is the unfortunate situation when you use one independent arm of government to now even punish. So it's not, you even see some slowing down because the independent offices are not even able to run and carry out their mandate, because if they're not funded, they cannot run. And at the end of the day, it is this same National Assembly that fails in the vetting that we continue to do. We have seen cabinet secretaries that different independent offices are having a back and forth. Why, if one is saying they don't meet, one has said they meet, but one has said they don't meet? Why? You see the war we have seen between the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions and the EACC.
And sometimes with the DCI as well. Yes.
The moment one office has said this person does not meet the test, they should not pass. That should be good enough. But we continue to see our National Assembly trying to justify, and they quickly pass because it's a matter of vote. And these are the things that we see, the frustration that these offices are not able to run independently. Because the moment people see that even if you're appointed by the head of state, but you fail and you won't pass that test, people will realize the importance of those positions. And I say tongue-in-cheek sometimes, we see those appointed into those offices as well don't meet the criteria. So there's a stick that is always dangling. I would say the sword of Damocles that is always hanging over your head. You know, the moment you talk, we'll pull out you didn't get a degree. The moment you talk, your age, you are appointed after the age time limit that you should hold that office. So you see, there's always a sort of Damocles, a pendulum swinging over your head. They know that you dare, move out of line, we will do something to you.
What I find fascinating is the short-sightedness of these decisions. And I'm going to see, the president appoints you in a position of authority to serve the nation, and sometimes it means telling the president, on this one, you're acting not right. To achieve what you want, perhaps we ought to do this.
Exactly.
But it looks like the individuals we have or we elect into parliament, bar a few, seem quite incapable of actually taking a stand because it is in their interest. When you're in authority, certain things will favor you. What happens when the things you have passed are still in play when you're no longer in authority? When you join the rest of us? Because if we are disadvantaged, when you join us, you will now also be disadvantaged. Are our people incapable of thinking and putting in place things that will actually help everybody into posterity?
The sadness that we continue to see is that people think that being part of the choir is the best harmony. And I would say it's the different voices that make the choir enjoyable. When you're raising a different tone is when there's actually you enjoy this music. What we don't understand is that the head of state is not I would say omnipresent and is incapable of knowing everything or being an expert. That's why he has even advisors. And people who sit in these different offices, you should be able to say, no, this is not the right position. And you will not get to where you're heading by this direction. It is unconstitutional, it's illegal, or we should go through. These are the various other options that you can still get. So people ought to actually put their thinking hat and actually do their work that they're supposed to do. You see, I don't believe that saying no means that you are fighting somebody. Saying no is also a way of telling somebody, we need to re-strategize, you need to rethink. There is a different option that you ought to follow. And even I normally say that, particularly this Cyber Crimes Act, a lot of these parliamentarians that have gone ahead to allow these provisions are going to suffer the brunt of that same law.
Yes.
And, I remember Senate making noise after the death of Albert Ojwang that how was this law passed? But we said, you passed it. Yes. I remember the Law Society was part of the individuals that challenged that law. They were held unconstitutional because they did not go through public participation. They had not even gone through Senate. But Senate passed it through a record time. They were given time to review it. They passed it in record time before the 9 months lapse. And it became law. So later on, they were asking these questions. And I'm asking myself, Why didn't you ask those questions at the time? And even then, they had the inquiry. To date, they have not made amendments. And so the reality is we have learned friends, we have experienced individuals who have sat in those offices, and yet they are not able to follow through, or they ignore to follow through until the time that those laws will come back to bite them.
There's a comment here on YouTube. Madam LSK President, what constitutional instruments are lacking to achieve relative peace in our society? Blanket blame on government is not enough. With the past incident of stage managed... okay, he goes on to say something, but it has disappeared. But yeah, he's asking what constitutional instruments are lacking to achieve peace in our society?
You know, I think as a constitution, we have one of the best constitutions in the world. And it's the question of implementation and goodwill. We should have the ability to implement our constitution if we played more emphasis in trying to strive where the challenges are. We've had a greater discussion on the National Police Service and how can we bridge that gap between the police and the people.
Yeah.
And certain realities, even how they're trained, they ingrained into their mind how they ought to treat citizens versus themselves, and how the law should be implemented. These are the stark differences and the challenges that continue to be there. You can't expect change if you're doing the same thing and you expect different results.
Yeah.
The police need to recognize a reality that there is individual responsibility now. If we have seen from the various cases of people being killed, even during demonstrations, and police officers, after great pressure, held accountable. We need to stop shielding police and saying that there'll be lethargy, people will be demoralized, people will not want to go and go to the streets to ensure law and order. If they are held accountable. You see the same impunity. We see recording of police shouting, "We will kill you," and there's nothing you can do. We have orders. It bridges a greater gap between the people. And if we need to change how we implement and support the National Police Service so that they can be held more accountable. And I say that IPOA strives or plays a greater role with that regard. Because if we'd see IPOA investigating cases more timeously, them also going to court to challenge when the deployment of police are not issued to them, so that we start holding people accountable and we actually implement the law as ought to be. So that the citizens now also understand they also have responsibilities. Police are obeying the guidelines or the ambits as provided under the law. Also, they have to keep to the rule of law as well. And that is when we'll have a change. But as long as we see impunity, citizens will react also to the situation. We've seen time over time, revolutions in nations are accorded in the same manner. That how people are treated. People get fed up and people react. So reality is, as he says, maybe there are incidences of stage management, but there are very few of politicians who do the stage managing. Citizens will not harm themselves, and we see situations like what happened yesterday for political expediency. Those are politicians who do their own stage managed things, and they have been caught, they have been called out and held accountable. Similarly, when we arrest those who stage manage, we hold them accountable. Why aren't we arresting the police who are violating the law and holding them accountable? Because if you want citizens to also adhere to the rule of law, then the same standard you met unto them should be the same standard meted unto the police.
Another comment here from Makanda saying, I think we over-independentized everything with the new constitution and then blame the president when the independent institutions fail. Perhaps we should have let the president run the police. What do you think about that?
I don't think the president should run the police. And we made it independent. However, I think people have not recognized or the National Police Service has not separated itself from the executive.
Right.
And it's a process. Rome was not built in a day. We continue to strive to push to ensure levels of independence. We have the National Assembly, and we continue to have these complaints that they are more like a rubber stamp. Government introduces bills or policies and they are passed, in record time. And so if that is happening in the National Assembly, who are more independent, they determine even, they can refuse to pass budgets or limit how much government, and they still attach themselves to the executive. What of the National Police Service? I think by this, the different court decisions and the pushback that the citizens continue to do and them being called out, over time we'll see changes. But the current situation, unfortunately, is what Makande is talking about. The National Police Service is an appendage of the executive, and that's why the people continue to call on the head of state.
There's something I've been asking City here for the longest, and it's about the president and some of the things that he does, and courts always come and either reverse what decisions he has made, committees that he has formed, and so on and so forth. He's always in and out of court because of the constitution, and a lot of the things are said to be unconstitutional. Yet the president has got a lot of legal advisors and legal friends in the legal profession, perhaps including even the president of the LSK. Is it that he doesn't consult these individuals before he makes some of these decisions, or he consults and ignores whatever advice is given? Because he's in and out of court, and sometimes we see some of the things he does and we can tell he means well. It's just that he's always in trouble for those kinds of decisions. Why do you think that is so?
Okay, first of all, he's yet to require or ask for the advice of the Law Society of Kenya. So I wouldn't know whether he ignores decisions, but we, through statements, have always raised our concerns on certain areas and of what we think the direction that the executive is taking, and why we are challenging one or two or the decisions that have been made. I don't understand the workings, but yes, he does have a lot of advisors. The court has also pronounced itself on those advisors. So I don't know if we'll continue to have those advisors against court orders.
Yes.
But the reality is, I think there needs to be a change of strategy, because it also shows lack of confidence in the ability of the executive to uphold the rule of law and the constitution. The president swears to protect the constitution. And so I think as an entire strategy, they need to really rethink a lot of the decisions they make and how they make it. Because, it's an indictment to you when your office continues to violate the constitution, and courts continue to pronounce themselves that these actions are all unconstitutional. And so I think, some are good, they come from a good place. However, because probably of political expediency, how they are put together is the challenge. And sometimes I think because of managing the politics, they are put together very fast without going through the rigors and testing whether these ones meet the test or whether they are constitutional or not. And maybe that's the greater challenge. I think certain decisions should be done from a greater stakeholder participation, such that there's a buy-in and people support formation of those so-called task forces, so that by the time people give so much of their opinion, they would be able to get possible challenges. Because when you open up for public participation, people will tell you this we believe is unconstitutional for one or two reasons. This should not go this direction. The best direction should be through these different ambits. And then you'll get a greater buy-in. And maybe you may not be able to do countrywide public participation, but you can pick out the stakeholders that matter in a certain sector of what you're going to affect.
Actually conduct public participation in the entire country.
But not for every single decision.
It is not necessary for every decision, but you can, because
they showed us they could.
It can. You can, because there is no part of this country that does not have representation. There is no part of this country that hasn't an elected leader.
I say that one is tongue-in-cheek, because we had the finance bill. We had elected leaders who passed it, but the citizens rejected it.
What I mean, and you are absolutely right, is this. We know where if we're to blame, the blame lies.
Yes.
Because those fellows are our representatives.
It is true.
So when they fail the test, this is our constitution at work. We know they have failed because we know what the constitution requires. This entire thing that we're discussing here, in my opinion, is one of the best things that this country has ever seen. For this reason, every presidency from the time we got independence has had its moment of truth, a time when it has been tested.
Yeah.
Uhuru's government and this one are being tested like no other government has ever been tested, because they represent the market change we've had, where you have a president who's almost a monarch to one who is actually by law subjected to listening to what people have to say. It is a seismic shift.
Yes.
And the fighting back is what we see. So every time something goes to court, we understand a little more about our constitution and the law.
Yes, yes.
And the more things are thrown out of court, or issues are determined in court, the more we understand. So we are on a very interesting journey. We are learning things we would never have learned if the gung-ho attitude of the executive did not exist. But also, remember the mindset. There is no school where you go to practice being president. You start practicing the day you become president.
Yes.
Okay? And you have an idea of what you're going to do and what you want to do. That's why I referred to you. The courts remind you this thing doesn't quite work the way you want.
They do.
You try again, you're reminded it doesn't quite work the way you want. President Uhuru saw it.
Yes.
And the person who he had appointed as the person who would spearhead these ideas, one minister, Dr. Fred Matiang'i, saw it. On occasion, he chose to ignore it.
Many times choose to ignore.
How do you think President Moi felt when there was this issue of multipartism and then it came? How do you think Jomo Kenyatta felt when Jaramogi Oginga Odinga formed the KPU? Every government has had challenges, something they hadn't planned for, and then they confront it and they have to deal with it. These fellows, Uhuru and Ruto, are the ones who are feeling the bulk of this particular weight, because this one is written down.
Yes.
Yes. And people can read.
A well-educated
Yes.
nation.
So when you say something, they tell you, no, not quite. So the process of actually understanding how the Constitution works is not devoid of the wrestling that we see. Because this is somebody who has an agenda and they think they want to fulfill it in a certain way. But there's something called the Constitution that keeps getting in the way. And you're being told you can do it, but this is how you do it. Not that you can't do it. You can. Uhuru comes up with his, what is that thing that he and Raila got into?
Who? BBI.
BBI.
Building Bridges
Constitution
Initiative.
tells you can't.
Yeah.
You're told, we understand this thing is very good, but sorry, our laws don't allow for it. When you look at it, those guys were actually entrenching the status quo with the BBI. Because when you tell people you're going to have X number of vice presidents, X number of deputies, X number of this, tribe this into this, what exactly have you done? You actually entrench the very thing that these same politicians keep saying we need to move away from. The judiciary looks at it and says, did you ask people about this adequately? And the answer is no, you didn't. So, okay, away with it. The path that we are headed towards, do you think Kibaki ever thought he'd face a referendum? In his third year. A referendum, which he lost.
Yes, which he lost.
Essentially, that's a vote of no confidence.
Yeah.
In certain civilizations, he should have resigned.
To resign. Yes. But we don't resign.
No, us we don't resign. In fact, you entrench. You can't gumu, and you dare them to remove you.
You re-strategize.
Yes.
I think it's yes. You strategize. You accept that you could be wrong, and you amend.
Yes.
And follow through now with the new. With the new dispensation, so to speak.
It is difficult to adapt to a new dispensation when you've been accustomed to a certain dispensation that allows you almost unfettered powers. Now, this one at every position, you who is the boss, you who is the person who is the leader, you are being checked at every stage. Now, what you forget is actually, with this new constitution, you are the servant, not the boss. The boss are the other fellows who you thought were your servants. They're actually now your boss. And the Constitution has stated categorically that it is them who you're answerable to. and has even given them a name. They're called sovereign. So that is much. Now, let me ask a question that has been on my mind. The recent court ruling about hiring getting legal advice from
private practitioners.
Thank you so much.
That's the question.
I've asked.
No, I mean the LSK came out and said that they were not for that ruling.
Of course.
Yeah. I understand you were supposed. I don't know if it already happened.
The ruling is supposed to come today, so at 3 p.m. So we are waiting for that. Now, what our position as a law society is this. This is, and I would say this with confidence, these petitioners, with this regard to this petition, are vexatious petitioners, and they in essence, I believe they got those orders beguiling the court. You see, you're challenging a contractual relationship, some that were obtained through Public Procurement and Disposals Act, but you're coming to raise it as a constitutional issue. The court issues orders in rem against all advocates, irrespective of those who probably, this is a contractual relationship. I have given you services. I have worked for it. You have given orders I should not be paid. Yes, and I had to go through a process. You had to apply, you're vetted to get to the panel, you get the work, you spend your money. Lawyers spend their money to actually do this work because government doesn't pay you in advance. So you've actually spent your own resources, waited years to be paid. Then at the time you're going to be paid, someone says no. All of you should not be paid, you should not be procured. And violating constitutional rights to representation is a constitutional right. The client has the right to choose. So you're saying because these people say probably some money may have been spent wrongly, we bar every single person from being paid. Then we also say we violate all contractual rights. Then we also violate constitutional rights because also it's discrimination. How many professions in this country are contracted by government?
Many.
And they still have those professionals working in those offices. So it's quite absurd that you single out one given profession. So if you're saying certain people, their pays are absurd, then go to court and challenge. We've seen instances, even the counties have refused to pay certain lawyers, but they've gone to court because we have an advocate remuneration order that guides how we charge fees. Okay. Apart from that, you have a contractual relationship. You can agree and based on the public procurement, the code of conduct, or how agreed within that organization, because certain organizations cap, IBC being one of them, caps how much maximum they can pay for different kinds of cases. Then, apart from that, some have gone to court. It has been taxed because when you disagree, you go to court, the court taxes, which is a court of law. Some have even gone to the High Court, and Court of Appeal. So the High Court, in essence, has stopped payments, some even that have gotten orders from higher courts. So it is ridiculous. It's a violation of the Constitution and the law for such orders to continue to be in place. Then someone is arguing, we wait until we hear this petition. So if the court finds that it was these orders are unconstitutional, which ought to find that the orders ought to have been issued, who pays for the injury that have been suffered by those advocates? And wait, as much as also we are discussing that there are people who are actually doing cases right now. So what happens to those cases? The reality in most offices, they have 3, 4, maximum 10 legal offices vis-a-vis hundreds of cases.
10 is many.
Yeah.
Very
so
few.
Look at the Attorney General's office.
Yes.
As much as she has so many lawyers, almost every single case against the government, the office of the Attorney General is procured. And then you must recognize a reality is that certain complex cases, they don't have the capacity. Because, when you reach certain ages or when you're specialized, you want to build your own practice. You don't want to really work for somebody. So if they cannot get that expertise internally, then we say government to lose all these cases, they'll still lose that money. Because when it's won by the other side, they will pay. They'll pay the costs and they'll pay the suit amount, or whatever is being claimed.
Yes.
So you're still not saving money for government. And we'll still even have international cases government doing. Some, they even procure lawyers from outside the country. So this is not...
Wait,
what?
Yes. Outside the country?
Yes. government, employees, and that is something that I've been trying to push, that government actually has local expertise and we should not waste government money to get external lawyers. We're hiring international lawyers for work that I believe a lot of local lawyers, and if you force that every work you have to pair with a local lawyer, you're building internal expertise. But the level of the Kenyan lawyers we have today have the requisite expertise that we ought to just be using. So we are paying millions in USD and pounds to international lawyers, yet you want to say internal lawyers should not be hired. And something that you need to realize, this is world over. Government hires external advocates world over. It is not a unique thing. And it's not a Kenyan thing.
Do we have Kenyans being employed by foreign governments?
Yes, we have. So, the reality is we need to look at the instances of what you're challenging. If it's a particular individual, a particular brief, those should be channeled out. They go through court processes. You get a court decision. But orders in rem, and lawyers have not even had, those lawyers have not had a right to be heard.
Okay.
So you've violated constitutional rights in the guise of saying this is a constitutional petition and to protect certain constitutional rights, which doesn't make sense. And these petitioners went to parliament. They tried to push an agenda through Senate. It didn't go through. It failed. So now you want to come and use a different route because the first route you used did not work out. And for us as a legal profession, I say this is a violation even of independence of the legal profession. It is not the ambit or jurisdiction of the court to tell us you can only work here, you cannot work here, you can only earn this, you cannot earn this.
Madam President, I want to add you some coffee. I have a couple of more questions to go, so sit tight. I know you're an Arsenal fan.
I know, yes, I am. Yeah, yesterday was painful.
But usijali.
My husband's team, so he was really celebrating.
Top of the table manenos bado, msijali. Bado, you still have a good chance at getting this. Anyway, we're taking a short break. When we do return, of course, LSK President Faith Odhiambo still here with us. I have seen a couple of questions also on YouTube. Definitely getting back to those.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Law Society of Kenya President Faith Odhiambo has condemned repeated police use of force against civilians, including tear-gassing churchgoers, saying Kenyans are growing restless over it. Speaking on Radio Generation today, she criticized the police for issuing statements without naming those responsible and questioned who authorized the deployments. She added that an independent police service was meant to keep political influence out of policing.
But we continuously see, even I remember sometimes early last year, I was calling out the Inspector General of Police because he was being seen in rallies, hanging out, sitting on top of cars, asking people that, the president has done a good job. There's a difference between standing and giving security and ensuring the safety of the head of state and getting involved in direct campaigns. So there's a reality that that line is totally blurred. Yeah. That irrespective of the constitutional dictates that have since been put into place, giving the National Police Service some level of independence, they have still not, I would say, unbrainwashed themselves from the reality that they are now independent from the executive.
Police are investigating an incident in which a middle-aged man was killed in El Beso village, North Horr constituency in Marsabit County. The victim, identified as Badake Galgalo, was found dead at the home of a woman believed to be his girlfriend. Marsabit County Police Commander Leonard Kimayo said the deceased had visited the woman when another man identified as Guyo Talbe, who is also said to be a boyfriend, arrived. A confrontation followed, escalating into a fight that left Abduba fatally injured. Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Ogamba has put on notice school principals who are turning away grade 10 learners over lack of school fees. The CS has warned principals found culpable will lose their jobs, also cautioning against the politicization of grade 10 transition process. This comes after the state confirmed that 92% of grade 10 learners have reported to senior secondary schools across the country.
Hatuwezi kubali mtu yeyote alete siasa katika mashule zetu na katika education sector na katika maneno ya watoto wetu. Hatuwezi kubali. Na tumeamua, we will deal with him. We will deal with the politicians.
A prolonged drought in Mandera County is worsening the situation for pastoral communities, with rising livestock death and falling animal values. More than 25,000 animals have died as of January 2026, with Lafe, Banissa, and Mandera North recording the highest losses. The drought is increasing food insecurity and putting many livelihoods at risk. The Kenya Red Cross says it's providing life-saving support to many families in the community.
A very critical life-saving intervention, specifically water trucking to settlement around 24 centers, as we have supported since December 2025. And we have been supporting also with nutrition supplement. We are providing fortified porridge.
Several thousand people took to the streets of Paris on Sunday to protest the death in the custody of Mauritanian immigrant worker. The demonstrators gathered near a shelter in the northeast of the city, where the 35-year-old El Harsen Diarra had been living and where he was arrested by police on the night of January 14th. The protest comes amid renewed accusations by activists of racism and excess use of force by French police. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
This is Radio Generation. Radio Generation Classifieds.
Every birth is a moment filled with hope, love, and trust. At the Nairobi South Hospital, we honor this journey by providing world-class maternity care in a safe, modern, and compassionate environment. From antenatal care to delivery and postnatal support, our advanced facilities and dedicated team of doctors, midwives, and nurses ensure every mother and baby receives personalized, dignified care. The Nairobi South Hospital, where every life begins with care.
Radio Generation Classifieds. This is Radio Generation. Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Mateus Cunha scored a late winner to hand Manchester United a 3-2 victory and reduce Arsenal's lead at the top of the Premier League to 4 points. Cunha, who came on as a substitute, struck from a long range in the 87th minute, just 3 minutes after Arsenal had equalized through Mikel Merino from a Bukayo Saka corner. Early in the match, Arsenal had gone ahead before defensive errors allowed United back into the game, setting the stage for Cunha's dramatic winner. The Harambee Stars defender Amos Wanjala has completed a move to Spanish giants Valencia CF. The club says the 19-year-old will initially join Valencia's under-19 team VCF Mestalla, which plays in Spain's Youth League. Wanjala, who is captain of Kenya's under-20 national team, was previously playing in the Spanish 4th division with Athletic Club Torrellano. He joined the club from Nastic Sports Academy in 2024. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
9 minutes past the hour, and right now we are with Faith Odhiambo. She's the LSK president. The conversation that we were having earlier on was, well, we've had actually a very lengthy one, but there's one comment here, Faith, I want to read for you, and it's from Brian. Brian anasema vitu kadha wa kadha. Let me see. Justice in Kenya is expensive and technical. What is LSK doing to simplify legal processes and reduce costs so that ordinary citizens can actually seek redress?
Well, access to justice, I agree, is expensive. And that's why even we've been raising with the Chief Justice, they increased the costs of filing fees and all of that. And we were raising that concern that they need to also understand the reality of the Kenya that we live in. There are people who cannot get basic access to justice because it's just expensive. As Law Sat, we have the free legal awareness days that we explain to people the processes. We create pamphlets to explain, and we also do the legal awareness week just to give free pro bono services. So we've tried to do a bit more of the pro bono services weeks to just ensure that we try as much as possible to also bridge that gap. I've seen the AG trying to put pro bono services in certain areas for limited services, but I think that is a greater discussion that we need to have, not just at the level of LSK, but the level of executive. Because if government doesn't set aside funds for legal aid and for pro bono services, then we are not able to offer better support. Because lawyers just give you their free legal services, but you see, you'll have to still pay the filing fees, you'll pay for disbursements to print and all the running up and down that has to be done. So that bridge as well must be met by the executive. They also have to recognize that access to justice is quite important, because a lot of even the different in succession matters, criminal matters, rape cases, SGBV amongst others, are not moving because people lack access to justice. And so if I do not know the processes, I do not know how to approach the law, how to file my matter, or how even to report, then we fail intrinsically as a nation. Recently, one of my professors referred a case to me that I assist a lady she was working with before, who reached out, and it was just a basic of child rights, having how to get access. The father of the child picks the child from school and disappears with the child. So how do I get my child back? Someone moves house, moves the child. Now you don't know is my child going to school? How can I get them? So even just basically how to get access to justice. And for me, I found it shocking that just basics. I thought feeder's work was quite known, that go to a feeder office, you'd be able to go to court, get production orders, the child is brought to court, and I thought these are basics, but they are not. And this is someone who is working, and though not in a higher cadre, but the reality is, for me, when I was seeing such a cases, people don't know even basic access. Something that we're trying to do is see how we try and partner with radio stations and TV stations, so that we have weekly updates on different topics to explain to people. But for me, I've realized that it's quite challenging, that despite all these efforts, the gap is still huge. So I think this is something that we should work closely at a county level, and it should be a national agenda. Because people, particularly certain areas of law, need a basic understanding.
You've actually answered the second part of his question, because what he was asking is, many Kenyans don't know their basic rights until it's too late. What is the LSK doing? What is LSK doing on civic and legal education? Now you've mentioned that you've partnered with the media on that one. So finally, he says, press statements dominate LSK's work in the public eye, yet people in remote areas feel disconnected from justice. How does LSK serve them in practice. I see lately there's a Kitale branch that you guys kicked off, or is it opened or launched? Is that part of?
No, we did. That was a branch visit.
Oh, it was just a visit.
Yes, so we have branches and chapters. The kind of governance structure Law Society has, we have the National Council, then we have the branches, then we have the chapters. So chapters are at the county level. So I remember someone calling me from Bungoma, looking to come and see me. I said, okay, fine, they can see me, but we have a chapter in Bungoma, we have in Busia. So the Kakamega, you have access.
Yeah.
So you can still reach the Law Society. Maybe you won't reach me as Faith, but there's a chairperson in that area that can still give you advice and the services if you want to report an issue of advocates, or if you want just general information or guidance. So we actually have them all over the country. What we normally do, we do visits round to just understand what are the challenges and how can we support better.
Okay. Yeah. There's a someone was asking about compensation, the committee of compensation that you resigned from. I really can't find that message, but it was right here. But anyway, here it is. Now I can't ask the question, the question I'd have wanted to ask. It's in relation to compensation of victims. She unfortunately resigned from the committee. My take 2.0, what exactly was the question about her resignation from the committee? But you resigned from the committee. Perhaps you can highlight and he might get the answer from there.
Okay. So first of all, I wouldn't say I joined the panel of experts from a point of view that I wanted to do good. And, I was facing the reality of you meet these victims, you see their families, you engage with them. We had done so many of their cases. And so they knew me at a personal level and had direct access to me.
Yeah.
And so the bigger question that I kept asking myself, I didn't have answers. They ask what is going to happen. How am I going to manage now with my family? My daughter has lost her leg, or my son is bedridden. We've lost our breadwinner. And apart from going to court and trying to follow up, because, the reality people don't understand, and that's what really pained me, is that members of the public were really attacking even victims and saying that, if you went to the streets to get compensation, then you are no business. No one goes to the street to die. No one goes to the street to lose a limb. No one goes to the street to come back injured. The reality of what should be happening, people should go and express their civil rights and go home. We had people even being killed in their homes, the young student, and we saw the emotional outpour from the rest of her classmates. She was shot at home. And no one expects that, expressing your rights will be life-changing. You saw the child who was in school, he was getting on the school bus, a stray bullet ended his life. He was going to school like any other child. His parents did not know that could have been the reality, that my child had been called, that there was a stray bullet and my child is gone. And the reality is people don't understand the pain, the dejection, the psychosocial frustrations that people go through when this happens. Because the nation is moving with the mantra, but they are being left behind. No one is asking about their pain. No one is seeing their suffering. No one is paying their medical bills. Unless Hanifa is fundraising something on social media.
Or Eric Omondi.
You're forgotten. No one is standing with you. And, they keep writing and saying, Faith, you remember us, you are the LSK, you came and visited us, you did for us, you're handling our cases. And I didn't have solutions, like what next? How will they get compensation? Or how will they get, justice? Because we also had talks with high offices in the judiciary. There are so many people who are holding judgments that are part of pending bills that are sitting there. Courts have given decisions in their favor, but they're part of pending bills. Unfortunately, there are so many people who courts have dismissed their cases because they're saying you don't have adequate evidence. A lot of people don't understand, particularly those who went to Kenya National Hospital, you'd go in for an operation, you come back, there's no bullet. With no bullet, you cannot...
There's no evidence.
There's no evidence.
Yeah.
So you cannot say, I just have a bullet wound in my body. But You cannot connect to who shot you.
Yeah, prove it, you can't.
Yes, and so people, unfortunately, sometimes in this country, there is an outpouring of a mantra, yet you don't understand the pain that others are going through. You're not you've not connected to what is happening in the country. And sometimes leadership means making hard decisions as you look at the greater good, because the reality is, I as much as we are fighting that police should not shoot people should be able to engage peacefully. We don't have a framework that is working.
Yeah.
The Victim Compensation Fund to date has not been operationalized. We don't have avenues to fast track the hearing and determination of violation against police victims. I've raised it several times. The Chief Justice has not set it in place. So we Kenyans live in the frustration of cases. If you're filing a case 10 years, and most cases that get to that is because you're financially supported by one NGO or another.
Yeah.
As an individual coming from, you may not be wealthy, but every day you're going to court, the frustrations, your matter is adjourned, your file is missing, so many things happening. People, get tired along the way and say, I'm spending more money, or I'm relieving the trauma each and every day on my own.
Yeah.
Kenyans are not living this trauma with me. Now, my decision to resign was because we had an even limited period. At the end of the day, court orders were issued, and I made a statement that we'll obey court orders. The moment those court orders were issued, nothing could happen, at least on my part, by virtue that these court orders had stopped. And so and that reality, time was running, and the frustrations continued to happen. We continued to see later on other violations by the police. There was no accountability, and I said, let me use other ambits. I was still representing victims through the Law Society. We were still trying to give our support in different ways, and I felt that that panel was not moving and it was not getting the lease of life.
Yeah.
The reality is, at the end of the day, the courts have still found it unconstitutional, and I think that should not be the end. If this was a true if the government truly wanted to support this work, we still have Kenya National. And this is the time to set into place apparatus that they be able to be given. They can develop a legal framework, they can develop regulations to actually compensate victims.
Yeah.
Because the reality is, or the unfortunate thing that I also felt, is that the wave will move and they'll be forgotten. Like most political stories in this country, once there's a new scandal, Kenyans
everything else moves towards that scandal.
Yes,
sure.
and we leave the ones who have suffered. And the reality is, we cannot be assured that government will not kill protesters again.
Yeah.
But we want to have systems that we will hold them accountable, strengthen the constitutional office then that is there, that it is capable of doing that work. Because I felt if there was political support, that panel could have helped propose a legal framework, and hopefully our parliament to do its work and vet and have a proper system in place that the Kenya National Commission could now implement.
Yeah.
And I think it should not be lost. Kenya National Commission should
human
still
rights, yes.
be able to set up, have a proper legal framework that citizens can interrogate, people can give public participation. And it's not just for these victims that have suffered.
Yeah.
It should be to cover all victims, because the onus of ensuring the peace and protection of its people belongs to the government. People do not denote that power to the government through the social contract, and therefore government should be able to ensure it protects its own people. We saw police apparatus raiding even estates and buildings and shooting indiscriminately, tear gassing. The only reality people understand is strong deterrence. And so if police are able to see that I'll be told to go and shoot people, then I will be facing the dock on national TV alone, then there's a realization that hits them that there's a law interplay.
Okay.
Yeah.
On the sale of Safaricom shares, you said that it goes against national interests. What did you mean by that?
Well, I think that if our government is serious about having investment, why not open that investment to the people? Look at a case, I believe it's in Ghana. Ghana opted to sell the shares to its people instead of giving a monopoly to
one company.
And look, regionally, Vodacom has managed to get monopoly in the region. It's Kenya was the only last place that they didn't have the 51%. Now they will get it. They will get the majority stakeholding. And you can't say the people of Kenya do not have an appetite to invest.
Yeah.
If they sold those shares to the Kenyan market, they will be taken up immediately. And government will still be able to meet that mark. And I would say, as well as we have gotten this nebulous promise that it will be used, the money they're selling for purposes of using the money for earmark projects. I would say, which projects are those? Which account? Are we assured which account that money has been kept and which project, so that there's some level of accountability?
Yes.
You see, our country, we are very good in giving very nice nebulous promises without any track or trail for monitoring and evaluation. We'll be waiting for the Auditor General 1 year or 2 years down the line to tell us that money has disappeared. There's no trace of where that money was or how that money was used. And so it's left to people to guess whether it was part of campaign fundraising for the next election or not. I would say that instead of allowing a conglomerate to grow stronger in our nation, and even particularly the challenges that people have continued to raise with this service provider in terms of so many questions. You saw what Gen Zs wrote about the company. I don't want to be sued. So that in play, and just the reality that, for purposes as Kenyans, if you're the one holding the controlling interest and you have a stake, then even the decision making, there can be greater questions in the decision making of, how these companies run, data protection, privacy concerns that we've had with that particular company can be better addressed, particularly if the owners are Kenyans. I think if it's a matter of raising money, government can raise that money internally.
Yeah.
We've seen when the first rights issue was done and the appetite of how Kenyans took up those shares. We're a nation, I would say that irrespective of our challenges, we still strive to build our own nation and invest in our own nation.
Yeah, I actually heard what Honorable Nyoro and Babu Owino said sometime last week, or is it the week before? And I thought, what, we haven't really explored everything, and perhaps we should, as far as the sale of these shares are concerned.
Yeah.
The JSE and the judiciary, it looks like judges are immune to JSE.
No, we challenge the same, the JSE challenge and LSK challenge as well. At the Court of Appeal, and orders were issued staying that decision of the High Court. And I would say that this is the level of impunity that you see in the country, why people are shouting juris pesa, why people are shouting for radical, we need to have another vetting moment or radical surgery in this country. Because we cannot have, we are calling out Parliament. We call out members of Parliament all the time for, negligence, for, failure of duty and abuse of power. We call out the executive. We challenge the decisions of the executive. The president is every other day on the headlines being called out for one reason or another. And most important, we can't have a judiciary that says you can hire us, but you cannot discipline us. We are above the law. That is the stark question of judicial impunity that is creeping in this country. We cannot have judges that are gods unto themselves. There was a time that there was a surgery in this judiciary. I remember when JC was set up earlier, and would watch on national TV judges being vetted and being asked about their decisions. Why did you make that decision? On what basis? Was it supported by law evidence? And people were saying the red phone and so many other things. And we need to have that moment. There are judges that need to be questioned on their decisions. People are now saying there's judicial independence. If you don't agree, go and appeal.
Yeah.
You're forgetting this is a nation that people can barely scrape to pay for those court fees. and the time that it takes. Sometimes by the time you got the appeal, the substrum of the matter in court has been spent. So if I was fighting against an auction, it's been auctioned. Someone has, or it's property, people have, sold and resold or demolished your property. It ceased to exist. Someone is telling you, oh, you can simply appeal. That is my independence. And sometimes it's to the highest overall courts of the land. Yes. So when it goes to the highest, where do you appeal to? And that is why we're saying if courts, they're hired and they keep those positions until retirement. Members of parliament, if we are tired of you, we say,
we won't vote you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Head of state, when we're tired of you, we won't vote for you. But what happens to the judiciary? They get to sit in those offices until their retirement. So if someone is saying that I'm above the law, then I'm above the law until my age of retirement. You have to continue to see my face. I'll continue to make whatever decisions I want, irrespective of evidence and the law. And that is the question of judicial impunity that we are calling out as a legal profession. Because, and the adage, people say, why go to a lawyer when you can pay the judge? Because clients will lose confidence in your ability to do work if they think you do not have access to whoever is sitting on that office. And so we need to be able to go back to the situation whereby people would rely on their court, on their evidence, their pleadings, and, on the strength of how you've argued, and we are sure, or the court precedents have been going this way. We are sure that the court will uphold to this way. Today, you cannot tell your clients that you're sure this is the direction the court may take, or because of precedents, other previous decisions, then the court will go to this direction.
Yeah.
Today, we have things being turned upside down because there are other factors at play. And we know, I will not condemn everyone. They are good judges. They are good magistrates. But they are bad judges and they are bad magistrates.
There's the JSC. The individuals whom we know who are lawyers, seriously dodgy careers. Dodgy to the point of being as bent as a hairpin bend. Then somebody appoints them as a judge. How do they even get through the screening net of the JSC to become judges? And then such a person, what do you expect that person is going to do once they are a judge? Their track record is known before they became judges, and now they're judges, surely.
You see, that's even the challenge that you've seen the push and pull and the fight between law society, judiciary and JSC as well, because we feel JSC has also failed in their role and their responsibility, because you see them reneging or failing to take strong actions in their decision making. I don't know how many. They say they churn out decisions, but you see, we don't see even reasoned decisions with regards to rejecting a case. We just say there'll be the simple JSC has not found merit. What basis? You've not even given someone an opportunity. Did you arrive at that. So we don't see a reasoned decision. The party who has filed the complaint does not get a right to be heard and hear the defense the other one mounts so that they can protest, which is basic tenets. So when we have JSC also taking that lazy notion, then that's why people are up in arms and are demanding a change. And I'm saying, as much as the courts, we've seen them continue to protect themselves, because we're seeing officers who are arrested, the courts issuing orders barring the police from investigating, from arresting, from doing anything. So who will investigate? Do JSC want to do their own private investigation or ensure that they are blocked every single ambit? And you see, those are the questions that we say courts cannot be, gods unto themselves. That you decide if you're arrested, no investigation. That you cannot be held accountable. You block that the JSC, you have not set guidelines until that's the basics. But you're hired without those guidelines. Why? First resign from that office, because similarly, you also failed the test. You should also not sit in that office. But you see, we continue to see this emboldenment because they feel there's nothing that will happen. And I also say that maybe it's time we relooked even at the composition of the JSC.
Oh, that we should.
So that their judges and magistrates are not the majority. So that we can start seeing decisions churned out.
We've asked that same question here. How do you have a JSC where the public is not adequately represented? This is my point of view. How do you have it? Because if you have that representation, every other person you throw a stone at is a lawyer, for heaven's sake.
Yeah.
Faith, before we let you go, what is the one thing that you say in your term in office you have achieved? What is that one thing you'd like your successor to ensure that they do, perhaps something that you would have hoped to achieve? Sum up your time in office and then future outlook.
When we got into office, my mantra vision was for a stable, progressive bar under the pillars of protection of the rule of law, stability of the law society, and progress in the bar, our practice and welfare. I would say that we've been able to have success in all the same. Law Society has come out as a strong defender of the rule of law, sometimes even tongue-in-cheek called the opposition. In terms of stability, we've seen through the structures of the Law Society, we've been able to strengthen our branches and work more collegially and stronger with even the chapters. With regards to welfare, my promise of a medical cover, we're able to deliver on the same. We've been working more closely to ensure protection of our advocates, particularly in their line of work. We've seen violation by the DCI, particularly trying to pick up advocates or prevent them from access to their clients. And that is something we took up seriously until we met the IG and all his heads with regards to the same and structures on how we'll, deal with advocates in event that they had challenges. In the bar as well, we've been able to raise how we carry our education system for advocates through the CPD, amongst others. I would say that for we've able to also change our ERP system to ensure there is better service to our members. We had teething problems, but now it's working better. And those are part of the things that I set out in terms of better management of the staff at the Law Society and holding them accountable for the work they do. I think something that maybe lawyers will tell you, phones are still not picked, but we are setting up a system once we move them to the new offices that will be able to ensure that is done. Okay. Our legacy project that we are launching, we are doing this Friday, we're having the groundbreaking at Gitanga Road, moving our staff to our plot in South Sea. And so for us, it's a great milestone. LSK has not had its LSK Tower for decades. And celebrating 77 years, I said I'm not leaving this legacy. I think most seniors kept singing, Faith, don't leave. Even advocates kept singing to me, don't leave. If there's one person who is able to carry that mantle of starting us in the journey of having our Law Society towers, it's only you who has that support and mandate. So that is happening this Friday.
Wow.
And for me, it's a great moment for me because I really want to ensure I've left the Law Society. Apart from institutionally better, when you strengthen the staff and secretariat, is, we actually have a legacy project that we have started. And presidents run their style differently and their way differently. But I hope this legacy project that I've started with regards to us having our LSK towers, that whoever takes over is able to see it to fruition, that LSK is raised to the standard as the premier bar in the region. And for me, it's the work on the rule of law. We have been able to cement our place and gain confidence in members of the public with regards to our role in protection of the Constitution and the rule of law and coming to the aid and plight of members of the public. They're just seeing the kind of violence that we continue to see in this country. More than ever, the Law Society will be needed, particularly as we move towards the election. I continually sing this to our judiciary whenever I have instances that we have colloquia or we meet in conferences. I tell them that the stake of this nation stands because of the decisions that you're going to make. If you show people that impunity will be the order of the day and judiciary will not hold people accountable, no one will wait to come to you after the election. People will go to the streets, and even you who sits comfortable will not be safe, because even those bodyguards have families. And if their families are not safe, they will not be standing there defending you. And so the reality is that more than ever, Law Society will be needed as a bastion to defend the rule of law, defend the judiciary where needed, but also hold them account. Because where we are heading to and the tumultuous nature we normally see, of course we pray for peace in this nation, but we've seen money moving more fluidly in this country. We're seeing more militia and goons in the streets, some even backed by the police. And when you see also more guns moving around in the country, it scares you to the level of, if we would break into violence, the kind of deaths we'd see, because this would not be just a bow and arrow or, pangas moving around. This will be guns moving around this country. And so we need the council. I pray for whoever is coming through that he may quickly cement the relationship with their council and start the work, knowing that there's a heavy cross coming up in the 2027 elections.
All right. Are you planning to get into politics anytime soon after LSK?
We'll see how things go.
Hey. I think we already have our answer as far as that is concerned. All right, thank you so much, Faith Odhiambo, President LSK. We wish you all the best as far as your future endeavors are concerned beyond LSK. Na umesema tukuwa na shida tukupigie simu even after LSK.
Ni sawa.
Sawa. Wacha tupigwe picha na Madam President. Tuaje sasa hivi, msiende mbali.
Radio Generation Classifieds.
Every birth is a moment filled with hope, love, and trust. At the Nairobi South Hospital, we honor this journey by providing world-class maternity care in a safe, modern, and compassionate environment. From antenatal care to delivery and postnatal support, our advanced facilities and dedicated team of doctors, midwives, and nurses ensure every mother and baby receives personalized, dignified care. The Nairobi South Hospital, where every life begins with care.
Radio Generation.
Dignified care. The Nairobi South Hospital, where every life begins with care.
Radio Generation.
Dignified care. The Nairobi South Hospital, where every life begins with care.
Radio Generation.
Dignified care. The Nairobi South, where every life begins with care.
Radio Generation.
Dignified care. The Nairobi South, where every life begins with care.
The stage for civil war ahead of the elections must be checked because the people will not take it. And what has happened today has set the temperatures extremely high. The people are agitated. And I want to tell William Ruto, my former boss and friend, I understand your frustration that you have lost the mountain. And you are trying to do everything to regain it. But this is not the way. Attacking churches, attacking women and children, trying to kill leaders, you are simply making the situation very difficult. The people of this region whom you have declared war on are hating you much more than they hated you yesterday. There is no way you can force the people of this area to support you. And use of police and goons will not help you. And this is just making the situation more complicated. I want to call on Kenyans to pray for our country. Our president has gone rogue. He has panicked because of the impending loss of power in the next general election. And he has become extremely dangerous. Nobody is safe anymore.
Imagine conducting every part of your research only on one platform.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
We are back. This is Radio Generation. The time right now is 43 minutes past 8, 17 to the top of the hour. I was just having a convo with the CT and telling him that folks, when you're nakwanga na Gachagua, kama kuna watu wamekula tear gas, I think Gachagua ni mabesta wako wamekula tear gas hata kumliko. Yesterday, I was looking at the situation that happened in Othaya, and one Senator Oroba alimeza tear gas properly. She could hardly, in the press release or conference they were having, she had tears, and I'm not laughing because she was tear gassed, but it was just one of those scenes. You're trying to focus on Rigathi Gachagua, but you cannot ignore the person crying next to him. So it was really bad, surely, and even viewers agree that some of the things we witnessed as far as the melee is concerned, by the hazikuanga sawa sawa. Someone else that ate that tear gas properly is one Dr. Mbai. Dr. Peter Mbai, it's unfortunate that he was also caught up in some of these situations that we witnessed. Also, another person who's eaten or drank or smoked a lot of tear gas on behalf of Rigathi Gachagua is Senator Methu. Kama kuna mtu ambaye amemeza hii kitu pia, Senator Methu ameimeza properly. So ani watu unaweza sema, if there is ever a reward that is going to be given to Mr. Gachagua's loyalists, those ones should not miss out of that compensation, whatever it is that may come their way. But anyway, we've had a conversation here also with the LSK president, the outgoing LSK president, that is Faith Odhiambo. And she has said a couple of things, and you can get majority of these statements on her Twitter account, on her X account, because she's been able to pronounce herself on a lot of the issues, from compensation. I know someone had a question about compensation, so she had this elaborate press release that she sent out, and it's on her X account. She spoke about the Safaricom shares. She spoke about this whole JSC and judiciary issue, and many other things that, are of concern to the society and to the country. So, in case some of it wasn't necessarily clear, just check it out there. And you can also replay that same interview on our YouTube channel as many times as you want. However, one thing that she has said towards the end, because we asked her in terms of what her legacy is and future outlook as far as her successor is concerned, she has said that she hopes that whoever is going to come in is not going to forget that they are fighting, or they are supposed to, at the very least, represent the people. And that, by the way, might sound like one of those cliche statements that someone puts out, but it's an important one, because if you actually consider the number of people looking out for us, and if we're being honest with ourselves as citizens, kuna vitu zinafanyika nyingi sana behind the scenes that we do not necessarily take note of. Forget Safaricom shares. We are talking about bills in parliament that are debated, and some of us have absolutely no idea the impact that they might have on our lives. LSK is always out there, ensuring that they have been brought to the foreground, and we are having a conversation about them. We also have folks like Okiya Mtata, the senator for Busia, who are also in that line of defense. But without folks like Okiya, without civil societies, without people who are vocal about these issues, at the very least, LSK should be the one that is bringing these things to the foreground, and they are fighting for us vilivyo. Bila LSK CT, kuna vitu mingi sana zingekuwa zinatupita.
True. It's strange though, because the LSK and the leadership give you an example of what happens when you have an entity that is set up to serve the interests of the members, and then you look at the role of the members in society. You find that if the leadership is robust and it adheres to the norms or the dictates for which that particular entity was set up, then the general citizenry benefit. And for the longest time, the LSK, from time immemorial, with reference to myself, the LSK was always a bastion that you could rely on when it came to, one, opposing the excesses of the executive or parliament, and also ensuring that the rule of law at every given instance was something that was adhered to. But in this particular era of Faith Odhiambo, we've probably seen it more than we've seen it in any other era. The closest era we saw it in was a time when a gentleman called Paul Muite was actually chairman of LSK. At that time, we were talking about a single party state. That was a period of some very, very serious.
Was that when Safina was born?
No, Safina was born after.
Okay. After his time at LSK.
Safina was born after. At that particular point in time, Mwiti hadn't even gone into politics yet.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, for example, this whole issue of JSC versus the judiciary. LSK understands it better than any other person would. I mean, someone else would see the danger in it and be like, hey, hapana wasi, hapa hivi kuna vile. You know, if we say that judiciary judges, magistrates are immune to disciplinary action by the JSC, if someone hadn't highlighted it the way LSK did, perhaps it would have been one of those things that just slides under the carpet.
Let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
We raised that question here when we said, but this composition,
yes, of the JSC,
it's predominantly people with a legal mind, legal background, legal training. Different aspects of it, but that's precisely, it's their domain. Okay? Now, the public, remember all these people, their interest and what they serve is the public, not their own.
Yes.
So, a statement like the one you made where it comes up that they are trying to pursue a certain path where people in the so-called bench cannot be held accountable by the JSC, that is now serving their own interests in the worst possible way.
Yeah.
And entrenching impunity in ways that you cannot imagine. It's ridiculous. A body that is supposed to adjudicate and give us the sort of fairness that you require across the board with regards to the appointment of people who hold the offices, okay, and the mandate that people expect from the judiciary. And then they now are going against the very constitution they're supposed to protect and saying that they're above the law. Hey, it's mind-boggling, isn't it?
It is. It is mind-boggling.
And they seem to find nothing wrong with it.
You know, that's why we need people like Faith Odhiambo to be specific. To be specific. And I'm sure there are many other people who are similar in what I'm about to say. We need such people in places like Parliament, Senate, so that they can, for lack of a better word, help clean up that place. Because when we have someone like Okiya Omtata in Senate, you notice something about that guy. And they say that when you give someone power is when you get to know their true nature.
Oh, yes.
Okiya Omtata, in my opinion, again, he didn't change at all. He continued with his quest to ensure that justice is adhered to, and the rule of law is adhered to, and so on and so forth. And you can continue to see his activism even as a member of the Senate.
He hasn't changed.
Exactly. There are people who were yellow before they were elected and turned completely a different color after election. And you're like, but this is not the city I know. You know, we can mention, we're talking about even people who, were artists before. And their art was centered on highlighting some of the wrongs that the people in power were doing. And the moment they got into parliament, they changed. And now it's like they became those things that they were fighting against or speaking against. And you're like, oh no, you know? So, of course, sometimes people can disappoint, but I have a feeling a folk like Faith wouldn't change.
Well, let me tell you this. It isn't difficult to tell when somebody is acting on certain beliefs or principles that they actually hold dear. It's not difficult. We've had people who, when you're fighting for what you call the second liberation, stood out. They were consistent. They paid a very steep price for being consistent.
Yes.
They spoke against wrongs. And by the way, they were all over the country. There was hardly any part of the country that wasn't represented. Those were the budding days of civil society before we gave them the baptism of that name. But you found activism within the church. The Anglican Church, the Presbyterian Church, and some people from, say, the Methodist Church. People stood out and they would speak loudly and consistently. And these are people at the high levels like the Secretary General of say the PCA or an Anglican bishop. These are high-ranking people within those particular sectors, and they would speak. But others would speak, and that's why when the Ufungamano initiatives and other initiatives that then brought about the birth, what eventually became the new constitution and the new dispensation, these people understood that they all had a common goal and they worked together. And they understood it. And they said, the only way we're going to change this entirety of this regime and this process is by having a new constitution. We can't wish away what we do not like. We have to document it and remove it. What was not foreseen was that the victory was not in having the documentation called the constitution. That was but the beginning.
Yes.
Because it was going to be fought. And it was fought from the get-go. It was fought. That's why we had a referendum.
Yeah.
It was fought. And the referendum and the dictates of it and the spirit was abrogated even then, because at the loss of that referendum, the president should have resigned. Because it was a vote of no confidence, essentially. But they stayed. Now, the rule of law in this country has always been the center of conflict for each and every situation that we have. There's the rule of law, and there are those who are hell-bent on ensuring the rule of law does not take precedence in our lives. And they will do everything within their means to either dilute the constitution or ensure that the rule of law is not given the prominence it has. If it isn't with the service, an independent service like the police service, they'll attempt the judiciary. Hence, you hear my mentioning some genuinely dodgy characters when they were lawyers. Dodgy to death. Okay? The person's appointed a judge. What do you think that person is going to do as a judge? You've given that person some seriously real powers.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes. And it's not as though it's one or two people. They're quite a number. You see? So, this isn't something that is achieved by the promulgation of a constitution. It is something that is in essence, in my opinion, a declaration of war. Once you have a constitution, not only do you have a battlefront, but the constitution gives you the weapons by which you can fight the status quo and the damages that it did to the country for the longest time.
Yeah.
And that fight, one has to realize it's on. When you don't realize it's on is when you suddenly find something has happened and you're wondering, how did that happen? But the worst thing is those who seek to abrogate the constitution, what they don't seem to understand. You are fighting yourself and you're setting yourself up for harm. You. Because you're not always going to be in power. The changes you're making suit you when you are in power. What happens when you're not in power? And somebody else wields those same powers that you abrogated yourself, because it will happen. What happens then? Because you have then given somebody who doesn't have your mindset those powers. What do you think they'll do with it?
Misuse it.
Precisely.
Yes.
When you set up things that create a check and balance that are entrenched in our very thinking, even you, when you're not in power, you are secured and you're protected by those. When you remove them, obliterate them, then what you don't understand is you are setting yourself up to feel the full mistreatment of the law which you and your ilk abrogated. Short-sightedness. But most people, when they're in power, don't see it. I remember the time when President Ruto and the immediate former President Uhuru were headed to The Hague.
Yes.
We were given the opportunity to hold those cases either here or in Arusha. And the individual kept saying, don't be vague, let's go to The Hague.
Yes, I remember.
You remember that one?
I remember that one.
They're gung-ho about it. What do you mean, 20? I don't think they're taking time to understand the seriousness of what was afoot. I don't think they did. I don't think they actually did. And if they realize it later, it was late. When you're a mature democracy, it means the people who represent this mature democracy must be mature in thought. We talk of broad-based government, but they must be very broad-minded and understand the wherewithal of these decisions that they make and the ramifications, not now and tomorrow, but into the future.
You know, you've mentioned Hague, nikakumbuka that President Traore of Burkina Faso and I think the president of Niger, I'm forgetting the other country, the three...
West African countries.
Yes, that have come together.
Yes.
They are currently actually even they've partnered with Russia to launch their own private satellite into space, but they have withdrawn from the ICC, that Rome Statute. They withdrew from it, and they were like, this thing serves the West. It serves the European former colonial masters. It doesn't serve any of their interests. And I was like, wait. And I remembered our own president here and the deputy president at the time that faced the ICC head on.
They did.
And they came out the other side unscathed.
They did.
Wait.
That they needed to.
Yeah.
And that is they needed to. Because
do you know how if you actually think about it, there are people who have got no idea what we are talking about. Probably because they were young at that time, or they were born after or during the time. But if you actually think about, and you remember when the ICC would televise them live, Kenyans would literally go to their TV screens because that's the only place you could watch it. We would go to, the TV stations of the time to watch and see what is happening to our leaders. This is a president and a sitting deputy president. Wako Hague. Na sisi kama wa Kenya tunafuatilia hiyo kitu sako kwa bako.
The third country you're speaking of is Burundi.
Is it Burundi?
Burundi, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. The West African ones.
Yeah.
Burundi withdrew in 2017. In 2025, it was Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger.
Yeah.
They said, nyinyi na hii kitu yenu kanayo.
Lakini sasa lately sasa hao kina Burkina Faso watu wa West Africa hapo Sahel region now. Hiyo wali cancel wakasema nyinyi watu wa ICC, by the way, you guys do not serve our interests. So see you later, alligator.
Do you know who they joined?
Who did they join?
The USA. USA are not members of this.
Oh, yes. No, the USA from the very beginning.
And you're here.
Had never been.
And you're here. You're here.
And I think someone actually explained to us how that came to be.
When you know you are going to commit crimes against humanity, you don't sign on to.
When you know you're going to invade countries.
Yes.
And
when you know you're going
abduct
to have
presidents,
and you know you're going to have Guantanamo Bay, and you're going to have black sites. Yes.
Hamujeki mahali hata nyinyi hamujifungi.
No, it's not wise. Why do you do such a thing?
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The East African community has launched a new regional policy to strengthen preparedness and response to pandemics. The policy approved by the region's ministers of health is informed by lessons learned from COVID-19, Ebola, and other diseases outbreaks. Andrea Arig, the Deputy Secretary General of the East African Community, says policy was developed by partner states.
The policy was developed through partner states. We did consultations with partner states, and then we did a regional validation, and thereafter it was presented to the Health Sector Council that approves it. And this policy will advocate, for one, financing, two, seamless coordination within partner states, and three, pulling together the experts so that once we have a problem, then we respond as a community because we have already a team of experts.
The late Raila Odinga's widow, Mama Ida Odinga, has welcomed her nomination as Kenya's permanent representative to the United Nations Environment Programme. Ida Odinga described a nomination by President William Ruto to the UN agency as an honor during a dedication ceremony at Pefa Church, Thika Road, yesterday. Her nomination has been forwarded to the National Assembly for consideration and approval.
Thank you very much those who congratulated me for this new appointment. To me, it's an honor. These days, every time I switch on the TV, I see they are talking about me. Every time I buy the newspaper, I see them. But I don't hear anything.
2 suspects are expected in court today after being arrested over the weekend in Namanga with elephant tusk worth about 11 million Kenya shillings. Police say the 2 were caught in a sting led by officers from the National Police Service and Kenya Wildlife Service. Detectives had received intelligence that traffickers were planning to sell ivory to a buyer. The joint team moved in Mombasa Hotel, where the suspects were meeting, and recovered the tusks.
The people who are trading in this business, or rather doing any illicit trade, be it wildlife ama goods aina yote, wajue ya kwamba machinery zetu za Kenya are in place.
These people have been booked at Namanga police station and they will be arraigned in court on Monday. I believe that the wildlife trafficking is going on and we can be able to strengthen our international cross-border operations.
Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi says the government is committed to working with religious organizations to help build a prosperous nation. Speaking during a mega prayer dedication assembly hosted by the Global Cathedral Church at KICC Nairobi, Mudavadi said the government is open to constructive criticism and moral guidance from the church in the national interest.
The church continues to eternally remind us that there are some things that money just cannot buy, like morals, integrity, humility, and compassion. The faith-based organizations serve as our pillars of virtue that sustain social harmony and humanity's moral fabric.
At least 15 people have died after a ferry carrying more than 350 passengers and crew members on board sank in the waters of Philippines. Search crews have rescued 316 people on board the MV Trisha Casting 3, but at least 28 people are still missing. The ship, which was both cargo and passenger ferry, was on its way from the country's southern mainland Mindanao to Jolo Island, further southwest. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
All right, welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is exactly 6 minutes past 9 o'clock. My name is Mungana Mbuvi. Niko naye Siri Muger kwenye studio. Siri Muger. No, I'm looking at our montage here, the opening montage for our show. It actually looks absolutely mwah.
It looks absolutely mwah.
Ukipata nafasi hebu iangalie.
Okay, ni mwah.
Inakaa fiti sana. Nimeona hapo tuko na Deputy Governor wa Mandera, Dr. Ali, na other speakers who've been here, panelists who've been here, and I can tell you for sure inakaa fiti. I said nitasalimia watu kadhaa hapa before we get down to a conversation. Zach Oka amesema hello my RG people, very cold in the US. Tulisoma. Benny Benny. What happened yesterday is deplorable. I hope that this reminds Gachagua of the same atrocities the police did to Raila Odinga at that time. Rigathi was in charge and applauded the police. Ameandika hapo in capital letters, karma. Let's talk about karma for a second. You know Raila was tear gassed at one point.
Not once.
Several times.
A man that age, sitting on the tarmac, being tear gassed. And if you remember, on one such occasion, some lunatic decided to drive through individuals who were demonstrating. Do you recall that
Yes,
incident?
I do.
Okay?
Yes.
That was one of many incidences where that gentleman got tear gassed when he was leading peaceful demonstrations. Okay? So, the culture of tear gassing did not start today. It started at an earlier time. In fact, there are parts of this country where not only were they accustomed to it, they got accustomed to actually repelling it.
Yes.
Where individuals within town, they knew there were people who were put in place. Whenever tear gas is lobbed, you'd find somebody with a glove.
Yeah.
Okay? Catches the gas canister,
Yep.
hurls it back at the police. Now, for some people, this was humorous because the moment it lands in the middle of the police who are marching on, suddenly they turn back and they're running, and there's a picture of the crowd running behind them.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
There's something that must be said about the use of tear gas because this is supposed to be crowd control mechanism. But what's the crowd control mechanism in a church?
Crowd control.
My point exactly.
Yes.
What crowd are you controlling in a church? Or is it crowd dispersal? Crowd dispersal is again crowd control. But a church and a gathering in a church tends to be a peaceful place. People are just going about their business. Contemplating issues that they want to convey to their God, looking at their lives and examining whatever it is that people do when they go to church.
Yeah.
Yes. You see, there are cultures that you adopt and then you entrench over time, and you never have a look through and say, this thing that we've had for the longest time, what purpose did we intend it for at the beginning, and what purpose is it serving now?
Yeah.
Because when a tool that is meant to restore calm, and assuming that the narrative then is that there is no calm, and then what you end up doing is causing havoc and an outcry. What have you actually achieved? What have you achieved?
Yeah.
A demonstration like some of the ones we've had where you have thugs who are clearly vandalizing people's properties, people who are definitely causing harm, and you can see it. If the police service then confront them, and you find tear gas being employed, you can actually understand what is happening. In a church, I require someone to explain the logic to me because I honestly do not understand it.
You know, on this issue of karma, I might not remember clearly, but I remember that time Raila, was holding protests, and you
talking about the Sufria protests?
Yes, those ones.
Okay.
And this was a few months after Ruto and Rigathi had taken over as president and DP, and Raila was doing rounds in Nairobi, and he was tear gassed, and
at every turn.
Yes, at the end of the day, of course, there was a statement from DP Gachagua when he was DP. Aki boys aliingilia Raila. Akisema and many words were used.
He said many things. He said very, very many things.
Lord of poverty. watu wanaendelea kumia na huyu jamaa kwa gari yake. I remember one thing that was actually being highlighted at that time was, why is it that Kalonzo and Raila are not at the forefront of protests?
But Raila was always at the forefront of protests.
What they meant was, because if I remember well, Kenyans would congregate at different locations, yeah? Kibra, sijui wapi, Tao, and then Raila and team would appear much later. I even remember one scene where we saw Winnie Odinga. For the very first time, niliona Winnie Odinga ametokezea kwa protests. Because Kenyans were saying, and not just Kenyans rather, but at the time government was saying, ati mbona watoto wao hawatokezei kwa protests, lakini sisi watoto wetu ndio wanatokezea kwa protests, na watoto wetu ndio wana end up kuwawa, kugongwa, kumeimiwa and so on and so forth kwa protests. And at that time I remember Winnie Odinga alitokezea kwa protests, and I was like, okay. Wamesumbuliwa wakatokezea, and Raila was tear gassed properly. That time his car, tear gas ilitupa mpaka ndani ya gari yake.
Oh yes.
I remember
and there were people who were trying to break those windows so that they could lob tear gas inside the vehicle.
I remember Philip Etale, when he was here the last time explaining that situation. Philip Etale almost cried as he was.
Oh yes, he did.
As he was telling us
about
yes, as he was telling us about that tear gassing, You could see he was fighting back tears, and I was like, "We, anyway." So, fast forward, and by the I am not condemning this in any way, shape, or form. I'm like, does DP Gachagua, or rather now that he's ex-DP, does he remember when he was DP, the things that he said? When people were being tear gassed, when he was safe within the confines of power? That is a question I'd really like to ask him if I ever meet him. I don't even need to ask him, in on camera or on microphone. Hiyo ni kitu naweza taka tu kumuuliza ni bro, hii kitu ulikuwa unaiona ikikama hivi?
The animal we refer to as a Kenyan politician is not a strange one. There are many things that are consistent about them. Their ability to twist and turn. Just when you think the person has a backbone, you realize he has a rubbery structure in the form of a backbone. They twist and turn in direction that you to a casual onlooker, you want a God Almighty. Don't these individuals have some stand on an issue? It didn't start today. No. You'd assume that when somebody talks about a certain belief or a position, it's a principle on which they believe, isn't it? We go back to the time, we're talking about 1968. You have a situation where KPU is formed not long after, in that particular period of time. And what do you have? You have people crossing the floor in Parliament. Okay? Now, when they cross, then clever Tom Mboya comes up and says, that's fine, but you will need to now get elected on a completely different party. 1966 is when it was formed, right? Suddenly, people who had crossed back again.
They realized, I might not be ready for an election, a by-election.
Okay?
Yes.
Then we come to the time of the repealing of Section 2A. Okay? We are at Kasarani.
Yes.
Okay? And you're thinking, here, clearly, people are speaking their minds. KANU Delegates Conference.
Yes.
Imeja to capacity and people are allowed to speak.
Ati ilikuwa wapi sasa? Kasarani?
Yeah. And people spoke and spoke and spoke.
Until the president's turn.
My friend, everybody said, my friend, I knew that psychophancy was something that would happen in this country. But I did not understand just the depth that this would actually take. They speak, and each one of them, the president, KANU, Baba, Mama, Mjomba, Babu,
Alpha and Omega.
Mega, never. We cannot, because KANU is it. Everybody has spoken. The president stands up with that raspy voice of his. Exactly. And he continues and says he has listened to the people, and he feels that we must have a multi-party democracy. They must repeal this thing. There was silence for 3 seconds. Yani, zip! And then, it was televised.
Yes.
A thunderous applause.
Yeah.
I gave the powers of sight to my mouth because my mouth opened.
I
said, what?
Yeah.
The clapping. People stood up. I said, are these the same people?
Yes.
Who just a few minutes ago, they were. That's what he said. And my friend, let me tell you, the amazing thing, it set my mind thinking, and I started asking, how exactly do our politicians think? How do they reason? Remember, at that point in time, you could only be elected on a KANU ticket because there was no other ticket to be elected on.
Yeah.
And suddenly this thing opens up. And suddenly the new dispensation that we now have, you could actually see it set off in full motion then, because the moment multipartism was legally allowed, then everybody, that space now opened up and parties started coming up. That's when Ford came up. But then Ford, they had been agitating.
Yes.
It's just that this law hadn't been repealed.
Yeah.
And that is the reason why people were in detention, because they were agitating and they were forming. Okay? But now it was legal.
No more hiding in the shadows.
Oh, no. You could actually do so. The path that we followed was clear, and you could see that it was a path that the citizenry also supported. To understand it, you need to look at the elections that followed after that point in time.
Yeah.
There were 2 elections that followed. Okay? Because it was understood with the change of the constitution that any presidency was only allowed 2 terms. 2 terms. So from that point of view, the years that Moi had served, those ones were shelved. He started anew. He had 2 terms. 5 and then 5. Okay? There is no election that President Moi won with even 40%. Everybody in the opposition, the sum total of the opposition's vote were always more than the president's, which tells you there were more people who supported the opposition and the various parties than the president. But because we didn't have this 50 plus 1, he continued being president.
You know, Moi was a very... that guy was a genius.
Why do you say he was a genius?
He was a genius because he realized these idiots are all going to clamor for this power. Yeah, and I'm using idiots here in air quotes. He just alijua tu watu wote wanataka hii kitu. So why not allow them so that they can all divide themselves and in the process divide the vote? All I need to do is consolidate a simple majority and I'm good to go. And that is what this guy did over and over and over again. Hizi mashida zote walikuwa wanashid, because now Ford Kenya presidential candidate, sijui which party presidential candidate, Democratic Party presidential candidate, and then unfortunately some of them were even regional. Sasa wewe ukikompare region yako na yenye mimi nimekuja nayo, bro, nishawatandika nyinyi each one of you individually, and then let's not forget I have the power.
You know, everything I was saying, and Parliament ratifying and changing this thing in Parliament.
Yes.
This was 1991. In 1992, we had elections. The real genius of Moi, if I may say so,
right,
is actually covered by anecdotal discussions and conspiracy theories and narratives which I do not have evidence for. And this is what many people who explained that period said, that Moi was smart enough to sponsor people to stand as presidents in certain regions so that the vote in that region would go to that person. They argued Charity Ngilu was one such person. Other people who stood, Mwai Kibaki stood.
Yes.
He had his votes. So in 1992, I think even Orengo stood, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
If I'm not wrong, even Raila stood. The point I'm trying to make is this. The moment areas where the population was known to be reasonably high have their own candidate, those individuals would vote for those candidates who come from their region. Okay. So it became, should we say, markedly easier for the president to pick up small little votes, having a background where he was assured of certain votes, and for him to win. But that was our introduction, rather, it was our reintroduction to multi-party, because we had had it until 1982. We had multi-party politics, okay, by law. Now, why this is important is to understand how we have treated the multiplicity of our politics and how we have grown it. We have grown it so that the thinking that was in the single party state is now found in the political parties. Because political parties are run in the same way the government was run before. That's why we use the term kingpin. You can't have a kingpin and democracy at the same time. It's not possible. A kingpin is a representative of a monarchy, an individual who wields the power and decides. And people who lead political parties in our country do precisely that. They literally own the parties. So, if that is the background of our democracy when it comes to multi-party politics, so why then do we act surprised when we elect a president who seems to want to practice that same rule that is already demonstrated in our political parties, because the president will also be the leader of a party where he more or less has an NDC, has all these committees, but in reality has a final say.
Yeah.
Now that takes it further. If you look at modern day politics and you take the argument that President Moi was known to help people create parties so that he could divide the spoils and give him an easier chance and a path to power. What makes you think that in this day and age, that same influence cannot be said to exist within certain political parties and how they are set up? They are set up, they exist. But if we were to follow that thinking, the question will then be asked, who really is behind these political parties? Who?
Hapa kuna mtu ameniita satanic. Let me just read their comment.
Please read it, yes.
This is Musema Ukweli. Amesema Mungala Mbuvi, you are shameless, evil and satanic. You can't justify repeating of the same evil things time and time. This is entrenching impunity, and that's how narcissists get boldness.
What have you said?
Apologize to Kenyans. I think it's when I was saying that whole issue of karma and how, you know, it has come back to hit former DP Rigathi Gachagua. Perhaps, I don't know, unless it's something else.
Maybe he could clarify what it is that you've said, because what you said with regards to karma, there are those who would argue that there's clear evidence.
Yeah,
because it wasn't too distant in the past.
Yes.
When he made very, very many utterances,
right,
said very, very many things against the late Right Honorable Raila Odinga. Yes, exactly.
Yes.
And he seems to be in a similar spot now.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Mokweli, perhaps you misunderstood me. Number one, I am not supporting what happened to former DP Rigathi Gachagua. We actually condemned it. If you listened to our conversation in the first hour and even subsequent conversation we had with LSK President Faith Odhiambo, we have condemned those actions. But we were asking ourselves whether the DP, former DP rather, himself, he remembers a time when he actually was okay with these kinds of happenings to other individuals. And we highlighted and singled out former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. There's a time the guy has been tear gassed anyway, very many times. But there's a time when the former DP was a DP and it happened during his reign. And we were asking, does he remember such a time? So I didn't say that this should happen. I didn't say that he should continue to be tear gassed. I am not saying that, you know, he should have a taste of his own medicine. I'm just asking a question. Does he remember? You know, and this one should actually go out to every single leader who is in power and not in power. Because kuna wakati utakuja kukuwa na usukani na kuna wakati wanasemanga power is transient. Kuna wakati hiyo power inaishanga. So does it mean that he has forgotten? That's the question I was asking. So I hope now you've understood Musema Ukweli. Let me see. There was another comment here. It was just after the karma one. I hope I get it. My take 2.1 anasema Orengo has risen through politics over time from being a long-serving member of parliament to Siaya senator. Both roles very perfect for oversight, agitation, and activism. Yeah. A single brand says, good morning, Mr. Mbuvi. Kindly say hello to Bona City. Such a great mile. Good morning, my neighbors. Good morning from a single Brian. Festy Royal says, I just pray my living God, may my fellow brothers and sisters to realize they are on their own in this fight. These politicians work together. Feed your childish cinemas. Feed your childish cinemas, I think. Please wake up. Yeah. You know, there's that thing about, and we have been told this over and over again, that politicians will always fight out here. They will fight and, call each other names. For example, we saw the DP yesterday, former DP rather, being tear gassed. But what happens, CT, when they shake hands with President Ruto and form an alliance for 2027? Are we going to see the DP no longer being tear gassed? I keep on calling him DP. The former DP no longer being tear gassed? I don't know. Na hapo ndipo unasikianga wasanii kama King Kaka alisema wajinga ni sisi. Wajinga ni sisi kwa sababu right now probably we've taken sides. Probably you've taken sides and you are on a side that is supporting Rigathi Gachagua. And then of course, in the same breath, you're probably, and this is a probably, you're probably against the president. And then a few days from now, weeks or even months, these guys shake hands. And now you're forced to also now say, I think the president is a good guy. Or vice versa, you start saying, I think the president is not a good guy. What happens? Si wajinga ni sisi. I agree with this gentleman who said tunapatiwa masinema hapa na tuamke. First Royals, asante sana. Kiptum Arap Kuchure amesema, I'm thinking about AFCON 2027. Kenyans msitu let down, we need peace. Don't worry, Kenyans are very peaceful. AFCON 2027 itafanyika vizuri tena sana, and hopefully Kenya shall get to the finals, or at the very least we get to the quarterfinals. Benny anasema Orengo is a failure as a governor. And amekataa to mince their words. Kiptum Arab Kuchiri tena amesema Madam LSK President, oh yeah, no, I read this one actually when she was here. But someone has said that she should actually run for office. Let me find that.
Why? Why should she run for office?
Because what they are saying that these kinds of insights. She has great insights. Actually, this is more Pishaz amesema, great insights and perfect conversation. May she be active in any and all lawmaking processes. Yeah, I think I misread that as her getting into politics. But I think she would actually make a good politician if she did decide to get into politics. I think she would. But yeah, we'll wait and see how that goes through. All right. Samson akasema, CT, don't fire faith na wisdom. Alikuwa naogopa unaweza ambia faith mambo makubwa kubwa. Faith with the don't fire faith na wisdom. Faith Kenya National Infrastructure Fund is the only one we can fight corruption in Kenya. Kenyans will know how much we invest on this fund. We hosted here some gentlemen from Future of Kenya. They call themselves what? Oh my goodness. Majamaa wanakuanga kina nani? Kina Nicholas Oyo, Bob Njagi. That organization of theirs, Future of Kenya Party, yeah? Is it? Okay. Yeah. I think something they said that was very, very, for me, was it's Free Kenya Movement. Thank you, Edna Mombasa. Edna, our producer, Metomeni, Free Kenya Movement. Something that they said on the public participation, and I think if we take that route by day, we can actually take this country to some very serious heights. They want to ensure that this is entrenched into our constitution, whereby we have a people's government. A people's government, perhaps it will have a different name, but let's just go with the people's government. People's government whereby Kenyans participate actively on every single process that goes on in parliament, such that every and both parliaments, whether it's the county government or the national government, whereby we have committees, I think we can call them committees, in every ward, whereby our MCAs, our MPs, our senators, our governors come and consult us before they do anything that is going to directly affect us. For example, anything to do with development. Before a road is constructed, hata kabla graders ziletwe kwa barabara, there is public participation, and it is a must that it is done. And I was thinking, that actually would be a good idea. Before a market is constructed, the leaders come to us and ask, should we continue building this market, or should we start building this market? And I thought that was a good idea.
That's what they're supposed to do. But the thing that one should be wary of, in fact, one should be vigilant about, is some of these changes and the push that you see towards repealing the gains that the 2010 Constitution made. This isn't the first time we are witnessing this in this country. We had a 1963 Constitution.
Yeah.
Okay. At the point in time, it gave us the first prime minister, who later then became a president.
Yes.
Okay. But that Constitution gave us a multi-party state. Okay. There was de jure, then it became de facto, then it became other legal things. Now, in 1969, we had yet a new constitution now, from the 1963 one. Okay? 6 years down the road.
Yeah.
And it consolidated the amendments of the amendments made of the 1963 constitution, but it strengthened presidential powers. Point note, it gave the president more powers. Okay? Now, in 1976, President Kenyatta was still president. They amended the constitution where the president was now given powers to forgive politicians who had made errors which the constitution, therefore, by making these errors, barred them from ever contesting and holding public office. An amendment was made allowing the president to forgive such people.
Yes.
There was a gentleman called Paul Ngei who had been involved in some scandal which involved maize. He was among the first people to benefit from this. But by the same token,
from this forgiveness.
Yes, but by the same token, it gave the president more powers, okay? One, to bar people from contesting. Remember, as it allowed some, okay?
Yes.
But it also gave them the powers to determine who should be imprisoned. Now, 2 people got imprisoned at that time. There was a lady called Philomena Chelagat Mutai. She was then, I think, MP for Aldai. And George Anyona, MP at that time for Kitutu. Is it Kitutu Masaba, Kitutu, but it was Kitutu.
But it was Kitutu.
Yes. They were jailed. The power, the president, not court, president had the power. And these powers got these 2 people jailed because they were actually speaking very vociferously against the government. People like Raila were also to benefit from some of these things, and they themselves became guests of the state as a result of this law.
Okay.
Now, when President Moi came into power, there was an coup attempt in 1982. What then happened? Multipartyism got abolished. I want you to notice the trend. The constitution is being eaten at. You have a multi-party system in the constitution, but you only have one that is practicable. In 1982, we're talking about 1963 to 1982. If you do the maths, it's 19 years. You then have all that is done, you have a single party state. And the president, with all the powers that were there when these things were amended. Okay? 9 years down the line, after very many atrocities have been considered, is when at a delegates meeting in Kasarani, President Moi repeals. He had the powers to do so, just so that you understand.
Right.
Repeals Section 2A, and we suddenly are back to a multi-party system. Let's bring it to present day. These amendments that began the highlight was highlighted by the 2024 finance bill. There's no year since our existence as a republic we have not had a finance bill. We just not bothered to take note of it and what it presents. And the legacy of the Gen Z is they highlighted and said this thing is not serving our interest well. There had been protests. They focused on the finance bill and what it represented. And said this thing, no. They went about it peacefully. I have never seen such peaceful demonstrations in my life. And we're just highlighting it. Okay? But when you look at then what happened to them, it'll take you back to the Sufuria Revolution or protests. It'll take you back to other protests that we're talking about where people are being tear-gassed.
Yeah.
People got shot even then. Some accidentally, but people died. A constitution isn't eroded in a day. No.
It's over time.
And you can see it. It is bit by bit by bit. The discussion that we're having about the JAC and this idea that certain judges and magistrates cannot be held accountable to the law and the constitution of Kenya is an example of how people take huge chunks. The next thing you'll hear is somebody making an amendment to allow this to be acceptable. It's being fought in the court. We're hearing the ruling today. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say this. No, actually, I'm not trying to. I'm saying this. Your constitution and the rights that are yours by right as a sovereign are eroded on a daily basis, and you have to be vigilant to observe it. You don't wait until such a huge chunk has been bitten off it, where you hardly have any rights to speak of, and it's legal. Because you have a parliament that are smart enough to blame the executive, and yet it is them whom we elected to represent it, and it is them who by their willful doing have sold the birthright that we gave them to the executive. They, it is not the executive, they. Every executive on the planet always tries to wrest as much power as they can for themselves. You only need to look at America to see what is happening. And there's always a struggle. That is why you have these three arms of government. That is what you call a check and balance. That's what you see when there's a court this and a court that. And then you have a parliament This one, whom we gave powers to even budget for us, meaning they can even allocate. They then use us as a weapon against legally constituted independent bodies. When someone doesn't give you money to function, they've killed you. That's what they do.
Yeah.
So the real criminals here in this fight towards actualizing our constitution are the people we have elected. Now the people who've been caught napping are us. Because these gains are not permanent. They have to be fought for every single day. People do this in their own lives. Do you give birth to a child and just allow them to just grow on their own? You don't. You take the time and bother to make sure they go to a school that you can afford and a good one. You work harder to earn more money that can go to a better school. All these things. You are nurturing so that they become an adult that can survive on their own.
Even chicken help their vifaranga wakule.
Yes, exactly. The idea is that this constitution should be part of our elementary system. It's something we just breathe every day. But it has to be brought up to the point where we align with it and we adhere to it. And it becomes the norm by which we determine justice, we determine right and wrong, not what somebody else thinks. But when our constitution is being eroded before our very eyes on a daily basis, it's because we think that we have it. We don't. It's being taken away as you watch. The vigilance, you have to protect this thing that is your own because it is you who's the sovereign.
Yeah.
But we do not feel we need to protect it. We would rather talk, complain, make noise as we watch the drama, and before our very eyes, it is being eroded. The next thing you'll know is all these gains that you have
gone.
Yes.
Have been
they've gone.
deleted.
Legally, that law, that constitution is not what you are given.
Acha nisalimie Boaz Waruku as we go on. He's saying spot on Ndugumbuvi, msemo ukweli is delusional. Good day Gypsy Corner says, hi CT and Mbuvi. Waruku goes on to say, AFCON 2027, Kenya picks the trophy. Well, I hope so. I definitely hope so. Then he also says, Katiba ya Kenya is adequate in providing a human rights state governed on the basic tenets of inclusivity, social justice, and the rule of law. Do you know, I don't think we actually give this Katiba in the credit it deserves.
We take it for granted.
Yes, we do. And like you've said, perhaps we're getting to a point whereby slowly.
But it's being eroded every other day, man. It's being eroded.
Yeah.
When the Uhuru government came in, they were the first people to attack Chapter 6. What that meant was they made it impossible to even impeach an MP or an MCA.
Difficult.
Oh, they made it's very difficult. And you know who was passing those laws? It's the MPs. Surely, you actually think that of their own volition, knowing our Kenyans, they are going to allow themselves to be impeached easily? Never. But they didn't protect the governors.
Yeah.
No. Because many people who are members of parliament want to be governors. So they're not doing this thing in your interest. They are seeing a career move and they're seeing how best that path can be. So if they are not impeded by these nonsensical impeachment motions and what have you that affect them, they're now free to pursue a higher post.
So this is natural career progression that they have set up for themselves.
Parliament just made a career move. Yes. And some of these, every time you hear an issue being taken to court, a decision of parliament, it is for that reason, because they've said, no, these guys are joking with us.
You know, I have a feeling that even a sane MP who decides to bring a motion to parliament that will help assist bring sanity to that particular impeachment of or recalling of an MP, jamaa ataona siku mrefu.
No, that motion won't move.
Unajibana ukidebate peke yako.
There are draws, I think those things are kept. It won't move.
It won't even get to the floor.
It might get to the floor first reading and then that's about it.
It's a wrap.
Yes. Second reading, you're going to have it because after all, Speaker decides. Speaker is the boss.
I think hata hapo watakuita wakuulize boss. Uko sawa? Hii ni nini?
Ama nini nasumbua? Kuna pressure mahali. Can we help?
Bibi akoaje? Watoto wako sawa? So what is this?
Ile nyumba nyingine iko shida?
Ule bibi mwingine kwani ameamua
so can we help?
Yeah.
Because hii pressure mingi it's not necessary. Unajua hii inaweza kuharibu career.
So why do you want to waste the parliament's time?
Turuhusu tukusaidia. Yes.
So what exactly do you want addressed here? Because it
Yes,
looks
exactly.
like
Okay.
This is a cry for help, clearly.
Okay. Yes, ni clearly. Ni ngapi?
I think it's not going anywhere. Is it possible to have a parallel, not a parallel really, but a parallel, let me just say it and then tutasaidiana kuiweka into context. Can we have a parallel parliament whereby Kenyans can directly agree that hatutaki city as a member of parliament?
We have it. Hii bunge la wananchi, take it seriously because it's replicated in very many forums.
Because I feel like the only redress we have as far as MPs are concerned is at the ballot.
Yes, we do. But remember one thing, MPs are local. They're people you know.
Yeah. Your neighbor.
They are people you know. Some case they're even your relatives. We hold people to account in very, very many ways in our societies and communities.
Yeah.
These people, please remember you're the one who's given them the job. You have every right to hold your servants to account. You have every... They make a decision and you tell them, bro, kuja hapa, tuambie, if we have the ability to form chamas, we have the ability to form committees that help disadvantage in our community. We have committees that even discuss issues of security within our community. We have all these things. Why not form a committee and tell the member of parliament, this committee will be addressing you on the issues that we have. Okay? Yeah. And you will know that you need to pay attention to them because these are serious opinion leaders in the community. If you don't listen, kiss that job goodbye. Because come the next election, you kazi party. Because on a daily basis, these fellows, they are with the people who elected you. And they will be asking, did you take that thing to Mheshimiwa? We did. What did he say? That man doesn't answer calls. Oh, is that the case? Send so-and-so to go and see if you can. After a while, they'll say, oh, it's like that. Okay, we've understood. And once they've understood, you will also know that they have understood.
Yeah.
So you either make amends or you choose another career path.
Because you don't forget that some of our MPs are armed.
So what?
We've had instances whereby an MP anakuwa confronted by the public, anatoa bunduki.
No. I'm not talking about that sort of confrontation. This isn't a violent thing. This is conversational. You said you're going to do this. They must understand that they can be summoned by the people who elected them. It's not complicated.
Yes.
Ukitaka kutoa bunduki toa. It's fine.
Sasa ni constituent mgani atarisk maisha yake kwenda kuuliza mheshimiwa maswali?
No, Paul. It will be a very foolish member of parliament who removes a gun when talking to his constituents. Your life will not... You may forget... That seat is forfeit from that point onwards. You, as I said, choose another career path. What are you removing your gun for? And all they're doing is asking you questions. They elected you. The reason why they're holding into your account is, one, they want an update, they want feedback. But on the other, you're straying from the path that you agreed you're going to follow. It is their right to do so. Look, this idea that once you are elected, roles change and then you become the boss. Roles don't change. You are elected. The people who are called civil servants and who enjoy impunity because nobody actually goes to them are civil servants. And if you ask me, no, nobody's asking me, but should you ask me?
Okay, City, I've asked you.
The real deep state is actually the civil service. These are people who they are almost faceless. But they're everywhere and they more or less determine what happens where. Parliament doesn't pay people who have a contractual understanding with the government. It's a civil service who do these things. It's the bureaucrats. The bureaucrats are the ones who even know where certain government skeletons are. Now, these people, the people who should hold them to account are Parliament. They get a free pass. Nobody talks about them. Nobody mentions them. And yet, they are the real power. They always are the real power. Because even if you're talking about devolution and devolved governments, they also have a government structure and a bureaucracy similar to the one of the national government.
Yes.
They're the ones who move things. If the department that is charged with paying people refused it, they don't want to pay you, those are bureaucrats. How are you not going to get paid? That if, my friend, can malfunction until you get tired. No, don't worry. You're being paid. But hey, that password you gave is an old one. You please update it. And update it before midday, because after that, blah, 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 blah. So you update it before midday.
Yeah.
But did we not tell you that you need to update it using this and this? No, this is what you told me. You misunderstood. You're not going to get paid. What I'm trying to say is this.
Yeah.
When you have a country like ours that has a beautiful constitution, and those whom we have charged to actualizing it for our benefit seem to feel that what we actually told them in secret was actually pretend you're actualizing it, but just do what you want, because that's what they seem to believe. Then they've given the bureaucrats a free hand to do what they also want.
You've mentioned about civil servants, and I remembered that there's a time I was trying to register someone into the SHA system, and it ikakataa kuingiana, and nikaenda mpaka pale the community hapo kwa ofisi za SHA headquarters. Found the place very empty, but there were a few people scattered like
here and there,
like patches of grass. So I went to one whatever teller na nikamuuliza, nikamwambia sasa, so this person amejaribu kuregister SHA, hii kitu inakataa. Akaniambia hebu tufungue pamoja. Uko na bundles? Nikamwambia niko na bundles. Fungua simu, fungua, enda Google afya yangu. Googled afya yangu, went into the portal, akaniambia key in the details. I keyed in the details, and true, ikafika mahali ikakoma. I really can't remember where it ilikata, but ikakoma mahali nilikuwa nimefika. Akaniambia wow, sasa hii shika hii form, no, enda pale kwa cyber. Now this is outside SHA office. Enda pale kwa cyber uambie wakuprintie form inakaa kama hii. She was showing me through the window wakuprintie form inakaa kama hii. So I read the name of the form, went to the cyber outside the SHA, and I told them, print for me that thing. They printed for me, came back. Akanambia tujaze pamoja sasa. Tukajaza. Akanambia sasa ingia pale ndani. She pointed some door, get in there, you will find someone there, give them this paper. And I walked into that place I was told to walk into. Again, found a very long line of people waiting to deliver papers that they had also been given.
So all the people who you didn't see outside.
Yes, kwa ndani. So tumekaa. So after 20 minutes, I asked this person that was next to me, what exactly are we waiting for here? He told me, hata mimi sijui nimeambiwa nikae hapa. Did you ask these people in here where you should deliver this karatasi to? He told me no. So I looked, we were so many of us. I asked the next person, excuse me, umesaidika? Akaniambia hapana. Akaniambia umeambiwa aje? Akaniambia hakuna kitu. Nikamwambia so umeketi hapa pia? Akaniambia nimekuja mimi nikaona wengine wameketi nikaketi. So I was like, enyewe Kenyans. So anyway, I found myself, I walked to one of the people there and I asked them, nimeambiwa hii karatasi nilete hapa. So what's the deal?
Nipeleke wapi exactly?
Akaniambia letter. I'm like, so you guys are seated here. You can see there's a multitude of people here waiting to be served, and none of you is bothering to direct any of us as to where to go. And also I looked at these other Kenyans, fellow idiots. You can't ask.
Ulisaidika lakini?
So eventually anyway, so we delivered our paper there, and weeks later my friend alisaidika na SHA yake. But what you've mentioned about the power of civil service, they are indeed the deep state. Those guys can either frustrate you or they can make your life very, very easy as far as seeking government services are concerned. Yeah, so they are the deep state.
Everything that moves within a country is actually at their behest. It doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah.
Whether it isn't, look at any service,
Yeah.
look at any ministry, it's run by civil servants. These politicians come and go.
Yeah.
They are the ones who run it. Forget PS. Those ones also move. They used to be permanent before. Now they're just principal. Below them, those directors, those fellas never go anywhere. They run those ministries. They know everything, and they decide what goes where, what doesn't go where. They decide. And by the way, they know, because they are career civil servants. They've been in that system. They know exactly. Even if you move them from one ministry to the other, it will not make a difference. They know exactly what needs to be done. Part of the reason why, in a time gone by, you'd progress and you knew you could be the permanent secretary. And why permanent secretaries were account holders. This is somebody who knew exactly what needs to be done for Gava. when you have a politically appointed PS, that person is in trouble.
Actually, someone is commenting on PSs. This is Victor Le Sasuye, and amesema PSs shouldn't be appointed by the president. Those positions should be taken by those working in those departments.
Believe me, they should. My view. Because the moment you bring in these politically appointed people, wow, wako na shida. Wako na shida. Because you've been given a task that everybody who's below you knows better than you. Everybody. So you are actually at their mercy. You just don't know it.
You are picked from some private company.
It doesn't matter where you're brought from. You're very knowledgeable about certain things, and you're there and you mean well. And you're probably an excellent administrator. This is government. It's an entity that functions by certain rules, regulations, and certain, should we say, directions of the wind.
There's fluid dynamics.
My friend, you need to know them. And to know them, you need to have worked in that system. If you haven't worked in that system, you won't know. Like, for instance, you. If I had been you in that queue, I would just have looked around and just walked straight to accountant and said, I will not queue. I would just walk and say, what do I do with this form?
Yeah.
Why? Because I know how these things work. All right? At a casual glance, you can tell that person looks idle.
Oh, yeah, there is that. They were very idle. That's
That
why,
person-
because I realized none
that
of us
person-
is being
Yeah,
served.
that person looks idle. Then we can talk to this idle person.
We've been here for almost 10-15 minutes.
Yes, and you smile and say, how are you, sir? How are
Yes.
you, madam? How are you today? I have a slight problem. Maybe you can assist me. And you say this. So, yeah, you see that. Oh, look.
Si tu ipatana na civil servant, umeenda kwake unamwambia, excuse me, hii form nimeambiwa nilete hapa, inapeleka wapi? Umetoka wapi? And you tell them, nimetoka huko nje.
Actually, I don't have that problem.
Nimetoka, unajua wewe ni mzee, watakuongelesha.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't have that problem.
Watakuongelesha na heshima. Mimi ninaangalia yangu hivi naambiwa, uoni niko busy hapa. The person telling you they are busy is on the phone. And you're like, nimeona Aki pole nimekusumbua. I just need to understand hii form napeleka wapi. Anakuambia, watu wamepiga line hapo nadhani ni wajinga. And you're like, it's okay, sijasema ni wajinga, so, because I'm already here now. Can we get over this conversation? Hii napeleka wapi? Unaona anaiangalia hivi. Anakuambia hata hujaweka date. And you're like, okay, nisaidie na kalamu niweke date. After you've put the date, they take it, they look at it, they look, akwambia sign hapa. And then you sign. Haya, rudi kwa line. And you're like, but you still haven't helped me. Ngoje utaitwa. And I'm like, bro, why do you just want to frustrate my life? Akwambia rudi kwa utaitwa. And you're like,
now,
yeah,
this scenario that we are playing out and dramatizing represents some aspects of services that you expect. Let me tell you, once upon a time, this is a story I like telling.
Yeah.
Getting a passport in this country was one of the most difficult things you could actually undertake.
Yeah.
Okay? It was difficult. Marit was stuck here. Marit was special branch. You are still doing what? It was difficult. Essentially, the roadblocks were so that you say, what do I need to do in order to speed this thing up? The shock came in the Kibaki era. Prior to that, I had never traveled outside the country. No. So I didn't need a passport.
Yes.
Then I had to travel and I needed a passport.
Yes.
So I asked a colleague of mine, you recently traveled, how do you get a passport? He told me in Nairobi. He said, no, you don't need to go to Nairobi. There's a passport office in Kisumu. I said, there's one.
You didn't know?
I did not. I did. Why would I know when I didn't need one?
Okay.
Go to Mega Plaza in Kisumu, there's one. I said, really? He said, just go. I said, that's it. I said, yeah, fill the form. We'll, there's some guarantees. We work with you. We'll sign it for you. Take it. You do not know the shock that I received. Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Your content was foreign.
Okay. How can we assist you? I said, yeah, I have come to apply for a passport. Okay, sir. If you want to apply for a passport, you need to go to that corner over there. Said, it's a bit urgent because I'm traveling in a week's time. I'm not sure if it's possible. Said, in that case then, the boss is over there. Go and talk to him about it. He'll be able to guide you. I knock and I go in and I explain. He looks at it, said, oh, you work for this government entity. Okay, very good. All right, what sort of passport do you want? I said, what do you mean? 32 pages, 64. Said, what the cost? Said, one is you, one is what? I said, I want the one with more pages. Said, good. Go to that counter over there, make the payment, come back at 2. I said, do what?
Come back at 2.
I said, okay. Made the payment, came back at 2. 2:30. Charles Muga.
Ukaitwa. Shika passport.
Hey! I said, wa. You mean to tell me that it is this simple? It was that simple. I went back to that guy.
No bribe, nothing.
Nobody asked me for a cent. Nobody wanted anything.
Yeah.
You know what they told me? Kenyans are law-abiding and they will do what is right when they know the ecosystem allows them to do right. We exist in an ecosystem sometimes where doing right will penalize you.
Yeah.
You will suffer if you do right. So people are afraid to do right. So they comply with what is patently wrong.
Yeah.
We are not far gone to the point where we can't do right, and so right becomes the norm for us. We're not far gone. And we shouldn't slide into a position where everything is so far gone that you feel it is normal for you to queue up when you don't even know what you're queuing for.
Yes. DK is saying that that's exactly what happens in Government of Kenya offices, especially from 15th day of the month. At the end, he's saying, Buffy, you are hilarious. Well, I'm not hilarious. It's just that is exactly what happened. Hii Kenya yetu wanasemanga saa zingine lazima ujuane. The time I was stopped by a police officer, then the moment I rolled down the window, because my windows are usually tinted, the moment I rolled down the window, akaniambia Mbuvi, wewe unanichekeshanga asubuhi, hata sitaki kujua makosa yako, wenda. The moment that window rolled, Mbuvi, wenda tu, sitaki kusumbuana na wewe, just go. Hey, serious times we live in. Anyway, thank you so much. We've come to the end of the show, guys. We're going to leave in the safe hands of the next team, comprising of Lady Mathai and Rania Abdi. They have this thing they call the retro box that they run every day from 11 all the way to 2 in the PM. Why don't you link up with them? They have a nice array of music coming through. But for City and myself, we shall be back here tomorrow morning, bright and early at exactly 6 in the AM. A big shout out to Mopishas, My Take 2.0, Tupac Shakur. You've said that you love the show. Thank you so much. Martin Odhiambo, Boaz Waruku, and everyone else. Of course, I can't mention every single one of you, but asanteni tena sana. Let's do this again tomorrow mapema, lakini kwa sasa tunasema mujibambe na muziki ambao unakuja.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Activist and 2027 presidential hopeful Boniface Mwangi has criticized Kenya's political leadership, accusing officials of prioritizing loyalty to the president over serving the people. Speaking during a TV interview on Citizen on Sunday night, Mwangi said the country has strong laws that often fail because those responsible for enforcing them are compromised. He criticized a system that questions ordinary people about money while career politicians amass unexplained wealth without ever holding regular jobs.
And it's very unfortunate that every time I go for an interview, I'm asked about money. And some of the people who are running for president, and you know them, have never held a job anywhere in their lives, never written a CV. And since maybe 92, maybe the 80s, and they're billionaires because they stole that money from the Kenyan people. There was an Oxfam report that 125 people own 1% of the wealth of this country. No, the 1% of this country own 75% of their wealth. So we have 42 million Kenyans who are poor because of 1%.
Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale says the Social Health Authority will not pay fake claims for services not received by Kenyans. Speaking in Garissa during a graduation ceremony at Madarasa Munawar, Duale said all hospitals' claims must undergo verification, clinical review and forensic audit before payment. He adds that the process is meant to protect public funds.